Hello, you okay? I really can't think about this right now, man. I'm at a conference. I can't do this. We have to do this way later, okay? Like, tonight. I get it, man, but, like, I really can't right now. We're about to go live. Bye. Okay. So, I think we're good. I'm going to leave this as is. They're not going to get started for another 10 minutes, so... So now it's looking a little green, so I'm going to change it again. Let's do 30. Oh yeah, no, yeah, 3,200 is good. Yeah, I mean, we might also like kind of dip in here and. A little there, yeah. Cool. Yeah. 3,200 should be fine. Yeah, I also there should be other if you go back out and but I think they changed that. Yeah, Rosenworcel. So I think if you get out of that, you go back to the you're gonna want to get there. So up. So you're in set actually so go back out, go up, go down to 32. But that's also this room. I think it's gonna matter because like this room is like I think all the rooms are yellow. literacy should be fine. So let me see. It should be, but I think we still have some. So first kind of just do some test shots, have some fun with it. And then always just watch this one. As long as that's there, I'm fine. So I would remove the INC first. And then this rough one is your aperture. Yeah. So this is your this is your receiver. And we can set that up together. Yep.
And this is receiving. Is this just a little?
It's a little receiver. Yeah.
For
a transmitter mic.
Which just the interface.
Yeah, just the interface.
Okay. No, but we don't want to have.
No. We'll just that's off. Make sure you get some bubbles. That's what it looks like. Yep.
Hello. Okay. Good morning. Hello, Philadelphia. Hello, Net Inclusion. Welcome to 2024 Net Inclusion in Philly. 2 years ago, I was on the stage at Net Inclusion in Portland, Oregon. We were overwhelmed that there were 330 of us in attendance. How many people were there in Portland? Raise your hands. Today, just 2 years later, we have 1,300 people in this room. It's absolutely incredible. Our community, this community, is filled with absolute rock stars who come from a variety of digital inclusion programs. Let me hear a shout if you are or work with digital navigators. Do you work with our heroes at libraries? Are you part of local government? Have you or your organization helped someone sign up for ACP? Give a shout. And have you helped write a state digital equity plan? Give a shout. We know that digital inclusion takes a village, so please give yourselves a round of applause for the work that each of you has done. And on behalf of NDIA, I welcome you. My name is Elizabeth Lindsay. I'm the chair of the board of the National Digital Inclusion Alliance. I have spent my career working on issues around equity, and about 8 years ago, I had the opportunity to lead a digital literacy training program called Bite Back. And it really changed my life, thank you. Really changed my life and made me understand how deeply needed digital equity and digital inclusion is. It touches every single part of our lives, and without it, we will never come even close to having an equitable society. So again, I'm thrilled to be here, and this community is just incredible. We are also so excited to come together during Black History Month. Love to take a minute. So please, yes, I want to recognize all of the Black community members who have made this work possible and who have really done the groundwork for digital inclusion. I want to spotlight a few panels that are led by and centered around the amazing work that Black digital inclusion leaders are doing. There is Sisters for Digital Equity, Unhidden Figures, Supporting Black and Brown Women Digital Equity Leaders, also my favorite title, workshop title. Insights from HBCU-led digital inclusion initiatives, A View from the Digital Divide in the Black Rural South, and Operationalizing Racial Equity. foundational groundwork of digital equity. We thank all of the outstanding Black leaders in digital inclusion who continue to shape and advance digital equity. It's now my pleasure to introduce Andrew Buss, who will help us welcome in Mayor Cherelle Parker. Andrew Buss is the Deputy Chief Information Officer for Innovation Management in Philadelphia's Office of Innovation and Technology. This office focuses on developing capacity for innovation within municipal government and finding ways to make technology available, accessible, and useful to the public. He directed the implementation of the Key Spot program in Philadelphia, a citywide network of 77 technology-enabled community centers. Let's give a warm welcome to Andrew Buss, who will introduce Philadelphia Mayor Cherelle Parker.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Philly for Net Inclusion. What an amazing crowd for digital equity, right? I think many of us who have been working in this space for a long time perhaps never thought this would happen, where we would look out at a room like this and see 1,300 people. It's kind of amazing. And it's just amazing how much this issue has gone to the forefront in terms of visibility. Certainly the pandemic was a factor there, but I think it's also the persistence, the advocacy of all of you in the room who really drove this issue to the forefront. And it seems like a simple issue, doesn't it? It's connecting people to technology and the internet so that they can do the very basic things that they need to do in their lives. Turns out it's not so simple. But this rise in visibility has also been accompanied by something else kind of on a parallel track, which is really interesting to me. You might call it the rise of the Digital Equity Office. Now we have so many digital equity offices. If you think back to 2014, 2015, there were really very few of these formal offices focusing on digital equity and inclusion issues. My other space is innovation. It's a bit like innovation offices. There just weren't many at the time. And what's happened over the last decade is that the public sector has started to lead on public technology, public interest technology, and that includes digital equity. And that is so important because the public sector has to lead on these issues. We absolutely have to lead on these issues. And the only way you can do that is to build capacity within government so that you have resources and people dedicated to working on these things. I know that the person I'm about to introduce will talk a little bit more about the work we've done in Philadelphia. I also know she is both interested and committed in this issue because I remember from City Council and some of the questions she asked at that time. It is now my great pleasure to introduce our 100th Mayor and First Woman, Cherelle Parker.
Let me just start by saying, Andrew, thank you so very much for that introduction, and thank you for bringing that inclusion to Philadelphia. Now, I got warm and fuzzy in my seat. I'm just going to be honest. I've got to tell you, but back there, you didn't see me here when it was announced that over 1,300 of you are here for today. And listen, this is why where you are supposed to be, right? I made a commitment last year to make Philadelphia the safest, cleanest, greenest big city in the nation with access to economic opportunity for all. And you do that by closing the gap between the haves and the have-nots to help put people on the path to self-sufficiency. And you can't do that without digital inclusion. Thank you all for being leaders. Thank you all for being leaders. I have to start, now this is important to me, I don't know about you, but when you sort of, work your way through a process, you appreciate and respect the people who are on the ground doing the work. So When I call your name, and I don't care if you're embarrassed, you all know me, if you don't stand, I might walk down to your table. So when I call your name, you'll have to stand up. You just met a few seconds ago. Andrew, Juliet Gates, stand up. I need them to smile. This is my home team. Okay? My Melissa Scott, if Melissa Scott is here, I'm a technical doctor. This is the lady who keeps me in order. Melissa Scott, stand, please. Remain standing. Next, I know he's not here, but Tom Reed from Comcast, their general counsel. Thank you so very much. Brett Perkins, Stephanie, Bob Merkin, stand up, Comcast. Now I'm getting ready to go through a few names. Delilah Wilson Scott, Chief Diversity Officer and Executive Vice President of Impact and Inclusion at Comcast. Matt, Joelle, and Dan, and Steve. Reason why it's so important for me to acknowledge the home team, and I'll get to all of the stuff that the homework they gave me. There's some things I have to say in my remarks, but you all need to know that from the private sector perspective, prior to my coming to local government, I served in the Pennsylvania General Assembly, where ensuring that we got broadband across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in urban, rural and suburban communities, particularly those who had those communities with rural and urban that had been left out of the mix. I started working with Comcast, and I'm telling my age, Merkin, when they started Internet Essentials with a coach. I remember he came in, his name was Tony Dundee. You all ever heard of that name? He and Jackie Joyner Kersey were the first two celebrities to come in when Comcast was kicking off Internet Essentials, because their goal was to close the gap and the digital divide. And our home team here from OIT, working to ensure that the city of Philadelphia modernizes as much as it possibly can the apps, all of the tech we need to deliver city services in an efficient manner. We've got a damn good home team in Philadelphia, and I'm excited about them, and I want you all to give them a super huge round of applause. I get a chance to say thank you. Thank you. Now I'm getting to my homework, because they'll talk about me if I don't. The city's digital equity team has been working alongside members of the city's Digital Literacy Alliance and the Technology Learning Collaborative to get people connected to internet, digital skills instruction, free and low-cost devices, and so much more. This year, Philadelphia received the designation as Visionary Digital Inclusion Trailblazer by the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, and this is the first time that NDIA recognized visionaries, and we were proud, I want you to know, to be a part of that group. Over the last 10 years, we have been building what we refer to as an ecosystem to address the digital divide, and in 2021, we, in partnership with several of the teams in this room, we conducted our household internet assessment survey. And this was to formally take stock of the state of digital equity right here in the city. This is what we learned. 84% of Philadelphia households had home high-speed internet, which was up from 70% in 2019. Now, indeed, that is a great process, but we are very clear here in the city of Philadelphia, birthplace of democracy, sixth largest city in the nation, and the fourth city in the nation, that we still have a lot of work to do. We know that equipped with data, we were able to formalize our goals for our digital inclusion ecosystem by publishing our first, and this made me extremely excited, our first ever. So everybody should go back home and ask their counties and their cities when they have one of these. This is our 5-year digital equity plan in 2022, and guess what? And created an executive order to address digital equity. Any government, local, state, or federal, that tells short-term, immediate, mid-term, and long-term strategies to address it, they're not serious about the issue. So I hope each of you go back to your respective towns and you ask what's on the board where it is that you are doing your work. During the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was the worst black swan event that I know I have ever experienced in my lifetime. And while some great opportunities came out of it, it revealed for us how necessary it is to prioritize the work that you all do. Since 2020, and this is important because this is our educational program, our PHL Connected program made over 23,100 free internet connections for pre-K through 12 families. We also expanded our city's digital navigator network in partnership with United Way in Greater Philadelphia and South Jersey. And we partner with PCs for people to refurbish and distribute low-cost devices to those who were in need of them. We give that around for applause. Next, we did this. We distributed over $500,000 in small grants to local community-based organizations through the city's digital literacy upgrades. And that is when our adult education team, they started working on funding digital skills classes and offering the online North Star program with over 50 local providers across the city. And we're currently looking at an available grant that could potentially connect, listen to this, over 180 in the city of Philadelphia with access to high-speed internet. And we know we are not finished. I want you to note for the record that while we are in an unprecedented moment of digital equity and broadband infrastructure investment across the city, my real hope for Philadelphia and for communities across the nation is that we can find our partners and advocates and thoughtfully engage them so resources can flow equitably to address the basic necessities, which is everyone. This is a right. Our global economy, socialization, everything has a foundation now in digital connectivity, and we want to make sure it is a priority. I want to thank each and every one of you again in this room for your tireless advocacy and dedication to digital inclusion. Thank you to NDIA for hosting your event here in Philadelphia. We welcome you. We appreciate you, and we thank you so very much for not only being here, but spend your tax dollars, go shopping. Jewelers Row's not far. Listen, there's so many wonderful places. We need the revenue, right? We got a lot of issues that we need to address here. But most important, we want you to enjoy Philadelphia, enjoy our culture, enjoy our diversity and inclusion. Don't forget, you're actually in the place that is the place of that experience called democracy. We're working every day to try to improve it, and the work that you will do across the nation, across the globe, is going to help us all get there. Thank you so very much. We hope you'll come back again. Okay, please join me in giving it up one more time for Mayor Cherelle. That was incredible. Thank you so much, Mayor Parker. And I would be remiss as a lifelong Philadelphia Eagles fan not to say no words. So I am going to keep us moving along. A couple housekeeping things. There are some people standing in the back. There are plenty of seats. I see seats at almost every table. So don't be shy. You can go now, whatever, and just find a seat and meet some new friends. It's going to be great. There's no need for anyone to stand this entire time unless you want to. So as we convene in the shared space, we honor and recognize the ancestral lands that we are gathering. Toby Dichter is going to lead us in our land acknowledgement. She's the founder and CEO of Generations Online, a national nonprofit dedicated to simplifying the internet for older adults. Toby is a longtime digital inclusion leader from Philadelphia and was named Benton National Digital Equity Champion at Net Inclusion 2022. She served on the Net Inclusion 2024 local planning team. Thank you for that, Toby. Please join me in welcoming Toby.
This land known as Philadelphia is home to and has been cared for by the native peoples, including the Lenape people and the Patuxent since time immemorial. I worked in collaboration with NDIA and Delaware Nation Historic Preservation Officer to develop this land acknowledgement, honoring the Lenape people, who are the indigenous people of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and parts of New York, Connecticut, and Maryland. I'll deliver this land acknowledgement and share what I've learned through the process. We as the NDIA community would like to make this land acknowledgement and also love the commitment of all of our attendees in recognizing we acknowledge all indigenous people who live on this land, who have inhabited it from the beginning. We acknowledge the benefits of being on this land and the learning fellowship that will happen here over the next few days. We acknowledge this place as the traditional homeland of the Lenape and also known as the Delaware people. While the name Delaware is now used interchangeably with Lenape, Delaware is actually a European term. The Lenape became collectively referred to as Delaware by European colonists because of their proximity to the Delaware River, which Europeans had named after the governor of the province of Virginia. You may have also heard the term unsafe, used in reference to the Lenape. The history of Lenape from their homelands as a of separate violence, treaties, and disposition. This is why tribal governments and the majority of Lenape citizens are now located outside their ancestral home. Today's federally recognized Lenape tribe nations in the United States are Delaware Nation, Delaware Tribe of Indians, and the Lenape. These Lenape nations have retained and maintained their sovereignty. They maintain ongoing relationships with their homelands today. We acknowledge that separate colonialism resulted in Euro-Americans living on these lands, while the governing bodies of the Lenape people repeatedly fractured and forced out along broken trails and broken treaties. We understand that this land acknowledgement doesn't suffice as restoration of the injustices faced by the first people of this land. And we commit ourselves to uplifting the voices of our Lenape tribal nations and indigenous people in our community. NDIA and this community commit to the indigenous digital inclusion spaces, expanding opportunities for indigenous people. This commitment includes NDIA's work with national digital navigators partners to advance digital inclusion in tribal communities, and the growing network of digital equity practitioners in the digital inclusion working group. It also includes collaborating with indigenous mentors in our community to create and build sustainable resources that aim to support indigenous communities. We commit to net inclusion conversations which recognize tribal sovereignty and indigenous voices as valuable partners in digital equity. We commit to using opportunities to decolonize spaces to be more inclusive of indigenous voices, experiences, and expertise. We encourage our community to join our commitments and use the net inclusion experience
especially while there's so many people
and support our indigenous community members. The Delaware Nation Historic Preservation Office, who working in consultation with NDIA to develop this land acknowledgement.
It is now my absolute honor and pleasure to introduce Angela Siefer, the Executive Director of NDIA. Angela Siefer is the founder and Executive Director of the National Digital Inclusion Alliance. But more than that, she's a true visionary, helping build a future where everyone has equitable access to technology and the ability to use it. Since 1997, Angela has been working tirelessly in the field we now know as digital inclusion. Under Angela's direction, NDIA advances digital equity by supporting community programs and equipping policymakers to act. The vision for NDIA's role and her own role in the digital inclusion movement continues to center around community, seeing all of you doing the work every day, and the people you serve as the heroes of the digital equity story. Though Angela has been building this community for years now, it seems like she's just getting started. She is as relentless as she needs to be. Just in this past year, Angela delivered her 4th congressional testimony on digital inclusion. She was named one of 7 worldwide leaders to watch by Google.org. And most recently, she joined the board of directors of the FCC's USAC, Universal Service Administration Company, representing low-income consumers. I will also share that Angela is a dear friend and an inspiration to me and to our board members and to the NDI team, and to so many people in this group. And we are so grateful for you, Angela, for all of the work you do. So please, everyone, join me in welcoming Angela Siefer.
That told me it was okay to curse. Okay, folks in the back, you really gotta come sit down. Seriously. Find a seat. I can't do it. Like, this is about community and feeling welcome. And I just want you to feel welcome if you feel here. Come on, what are you doing? They're still standing there. Seriously, there's people waiting because they have seats next to them. Your people are waiting for you. 1,300. Okay, I'm gonna control the cursing again. Oh, and my cousin Dana. I know, it's very sweet of me to say hello. It's very sweet that he's here. Maybe you can tell the rest of the family what I actually do for a living. Okay, clicker. Okay, that's my welcome. We have affiliates in all 50 states. There are 1,600 of you. Plus, DC, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, American Samoa. Where are our friends from the territory? Stand up. This is a community, right? This is where we all help each other and support each other. And my fear has been that we lose that. I don't think we're losing it yet. So I need you all to keep that going, right? If you see someone standing over on the side by themselves, you're like, hey, right? Hold them together for us. In 2016, we were personal inclusion in Kansas City at the library. Hooray for Kansas City, right? And now we're at 1,300. It's a little mind-blowing. So in Kansas City, as the first conference, we just started NDIA. NDIA wasn't even an official 501c3 yet. We're going to change it to get by, but we didn't also have money either. We were just figuring out. Bill and I were just working for free, more than donating the time. But we were in one of the sessions and we were asking people, okay, who's been doing digital equity work for 1 year, 2 years, whatever. We got like past 12 years. And I was like, oh my God, now I feel bad. We should have done this conference a long time ago. And someone said, we were waiting for you. And someone else said, we found our people. So it's kind of become the motto, is that NDIA and net inclusion is about finding your people, make those connections. Some of you in smaller communities are the only person doing this work in your community, and we never want you to feel alone. In other places, the ecosystem has developed. It's so exciting because that's sustainability. We are bigger, but we want to make sure that you find folks. So we're trying to help you with that. When we're not here, NDIA has spaces where you can connect to each other. Those small programs. We also have a listserv. Digest them. And we have working groups. We have the Affiliate Plus. We have ways for you to connect with each other. And then when we're here, there are other ways to connect with each other. So there's the Birds of the Feather, there's the hallway conversations, there's the sessions, there's the fabulous this great AI stuff that does this. Like there's just different ways for you to interact and not be by yourself, right? Find your people. Because we have an amazing comms team, we also have pins, which I think are really nice. So if you go down to registration, right there when you register, they're there. Go down to registration, you can get a pin. So if you're say we're new, and being here, we welcome you. Experience and knowledge and your own lived experience that just is not here because you want to welcome new folks. If you have come before, we have pins for you too. Who's been coming to net inclusion? This is net inclusion. Raise your hand. Okay, keep your hands up. Net inclusion. Okay, oh, sorry. Net inclusion. You've been here 4 times. Okay. Physical inclusion. Okay. Down 6. Okay. Down 7. Yeah, there's some people who've been with us a long time. God bless you. Thank you for being here. So make those connections. Make those connections. At NDIA, we exist for you. This is a recurring conversation. When we're deciding whether or not we're going to do something, does it benefit? Does it benefit here, whether we shouldn't do it? Like really, we are here for you. We're very conscious that we don't serve who you serve. We serve you. We provide services to you, right? You are providing those services to your community. You're teaching them how to use the internet, you're helping them get devices, you're getting them connected to what used to be a broadband benefit. We lost that fight. I don't know what to tell you. It's really frustrating, it's really annoying. There it is. It's really important to get them and benefit. Because that's a priority for you. Solving this, right? You're helping your community members learn how to use technology to live, learn, work, and thrive. That's why we exist for you. NDIA is now 22, which is crazy sauce considering it was just Bill and I working when we could. No experience. So big change. That team of 22, they're rock stars, really. Like they were really hardcore. most of the sponsors, majority of the work. True fact. We're releasing a state implementation guide. We have a state planning guide. We are conducting color. These are all things that are coming. We're working on a guidebook for you that is around digital programming. Because the one we have is out of date. We got through that ACP madness. We're going to keep doing that together, right? None of this is possible without you. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing the work. Thank you for helping our communities. Thank you for the community that you're into this space. As we get bigger and bigger, and we'll keep figuring out how to having that community, know that we see what you do and how you support each other. We've been told so many times in this community where if you just need a resource, you don't go create it yourself, you ask around someone who has it first. Like folks know that that's how this operates. So thank you for continuing to do that and continuing to support each other. Because the only way we're going to move forward is by locking arms. We have to influence now, friends, and we are not giving it up.
Apologies for that awkward silence. I just want to continue to thank the NDIA staff and the volunteers from the planning teams who have been planning all year, actually more than a year, to make this conference as impactful and meaningful as possible. Without you, we would so everything join me in giving all those who as Angela shared, there are two NDIA staff. This is amazing because we started with 0 full-time staff, and Angela was the only one not really getting paid, and now we have an incredible group of brilliant, dedicated people who just make this possible, make this community possible. So, NDIA, please stand up and wave. We would not be here without you. So feel free to reach out to them if you have any questions. They are working to make this conference a place where you feel included in this community and being part of this movement and this work. Also, if you notice my beautiful digital inclusion t-shirt, black, you can get one of your own at the swag station, which is right here on the link board, with a donation of $50 to NDIA. There are also some digital inclusion nerd beanies that are very cute, and if you did not bring a hat and it's snowing outside today, you might want to make a donation for one of those as well. We also are excited to name our net new sponsors. Special thanks to Comcast, our premier hometown leader sponsor. Their sponsorship is part of Project Up, the company's $1 billion initiative to reach tens of millions of people with the resources they need to succeed in a technologically advanced world. Project Up builds on more than a decade of Comcast work to advance digital equity. Our premier sponsors are the Alliance Foundation, Ready.net, and Verizon. Our terabyte sponsors are Google Fiber and YouTube. And these are the rest of the sponsors that you'll see. These sponsorships help us keep costs low for attendance. They're also key contributions toward digital equity, which requires investments and partners across all sectors. So I'm just going to ask you all to bear with me. I have some housekeeping. It's not the most interesting, but we're going to make it through together. The next 3 days are filled with so many opportunities to learn from each other, connect with each other. And so we're just going to go over some details. NDIA has a code of conduct. We strive to support an open exchange of ideas within a safe and respectful environment. We want net inclusion to be welcoming, supportive, and comfortable for all members of the digital inclusion community. This happens when we adhere to the code of conduct, be respectful, make space, and take space. If you have any concerns whatsoever, please find an NDI staff member or me, and we will support you. The all-gender restrooms are located outside of this room to the left when you exit. There are women's and men's restrooms on the floor. When you go down the escalator, the restrooms will be on your left down the hall. All of the restrooms on the 5th and 4th floor are multi-stall restrooms. I'm very excited that we can find a lactation room with fridge, armchair, and table here on the 5th floor, room 502. First study, I was a breastfeeding mom, and we're not as well prepared, so I'm very excited about this. In case of medical emergency, find the nearest phone. There's one in the ballroom foyer or at the registration desk, and call the emergency extension, which is 6077451. Or you can find a hotel security officer or call 911 on your phone. We have a quiet room. We know that conferences can be overwhelming and overstimulating. So we have a quiet room in room 414 on the 4th floor. The quiet room will be available every day of the conference. Please respect this as a quiet area and don't socialize or take calls. So it's not a meeting room, it's not a place for you to do your Zoom call. If you have any other questions about facilities, please go to our 5th floor registration desk and the wonderful team that will answer your questions. We are a community that loves food, and so a community gathering is not complete without food. Lunch will also be in this open space, a couple hours. Please be aware and kind in those lines and allow people to go ahead of you if they need that accommodation. We will be here in this ballroom for plenary sessions, fireside chats, and lightning rounds, which is one of my favorite parts of that infusion, and I cannot wait to hear the presentation. Please take all of your belongings when you leave this room, and please make an effort to clean up after yourself. The breakout sessions are down the escalators on the 4th floor in Franklin Hall. There's also one breakout session, which will also be on the location room. All of this information you will find through our schedule, which we're going to talk about in a minute. We had plans to have stickers with pronouns. We're not sure if they've arrived yet. So please feel free to take your name tag out and write your pronouns on there, just until we get our stickers. We also have colored dog stickers, which are available by registration on the 4th floor. These are used to indicate your preference for physical contact with others. Physical touch, where you can wave, smile. Yellow is a fist bump, elbow bump, handshake, and green means you're good at getting a hug. So you can find those colored dog stickers, registration on the 4th floor. We also have new pins this year. I'm super excited about this. That Angela mentioned, we'll have pins for new net inclusioners, this is the first time. And then to recognize us, net inclusion pros who have been here for 3 years or 5 years, you can pick up those at registration as well. This is our 7th net inclusion. So let's get into some of the content you can look forward to while we're all here. Some of you have your phones out, which is great. While you're in there, take a minute and download the Scan app if you haven't already. It spells SCHEV. You can find it in our store, or you can find it on our slide, just with the QR code. This is by far the best way to see all of the sessions, find out where they are, choose your sessions. If you set your profile to public, and share your LinkedIn account. Everyone will be able to contact you, message you, and this year, this is our largest inclusion by far. We have more sessions and speakers than ever. There are about 7 to 8 breakout sessions that are happening simultaneously. So think about the amount of work that went into that. It's incredible. Even if you add a breakout session to your schedule instead, it doesn't mean you have a reserved seat. So once the seats fill up, our wonderful team will have to close the door to the session. And they're not allowed to let extra people in, even if you beg and plead. So please make sure if you have a session that you are so excited about, get there as soon as you can. Each session will have collaborative notes that everyone has access to. You can find the collaborative notes in Sched and find a session that you'd like to add to. It's really cool to be able to see each other's conversation. Accessibility is one of NDIA's values, and we want to make sure that those who can make this conference can also benefit from it. So we're live streaming again this year. All sessions in this ballroom, including plenaries, lightning rounds, fireside chats, and breakout sessions. The live stream is free and open. You just go to the @NetInclusion accounts across social media or visit the website at digitalinclusion.org, where we can be able to see the live stream sessions. So feel free to share this with your communities. Closed captioning is available in the ballroom and during breakout sessions. And this year we're adding a new way for you to connect with your people. It's called Birds of a Feather Meetup. Birds of a Feather meetups are informal gatherings of conference attendees who share a common interest. It's a place for people to connect, learn, and community. The Birds of a Feather meetups are actually organized by you, the attendees, on a first-come, first-served basis. We've dedicated conference rooms for a portion of tomorrow and Thursday that you can review and reserve for your meetup. Some examples of Birds of a Feather meetups could be World Digital Navigators, Black Women in Digital Inclusion, AI Curiosity, or AI Curios, and don't get creative with it. Whatever type of meetup you like, you can create. So if you're interested in organizing a meetup, head over to the registration desk during the break and fill out the sign-up sheet. We will be sharing all of the meetups on Sched after 5 p.m. What do we have going on today? Today at 11:30, Gritty will be here. Do you know who Gritty is? If you don't, he is a Philly legend. He's the mascot for the Philadelphia Flyers hockey team. He's hilarious. So we're better to continue. Can't wait to get a picture with him. That will be today at 11:30. The Xfinity Lounge by Comcast, which is again NetInclusion's career leader sponsor, is right outside this ballroom. It'll be open throughout the conference. You can take a call there, charge your devices, get some snacks, meet people, and find out about Comcast digital equity work. Next door to the Hub powered by Dell Technologies. Meet digital assistant Tomo and check out 5 demo stations with AI navigators from local organizations. The hub is open. So last, let's take a quick look at the rest of today. At 10:30, the breakout sessions will start. All the sessions will be on the fourth floor. Remember, if you really want to see a particular session, it's probably best to go directly there. Lunch will be here in the ballroom, where we'll be having a fireside chat with FCC Chairwoman Rosenworcel and NDIA's Siefer. And then we'll head to our workshops, our site tours, or the Philadelphia Digital Inclusion Exhibition. Tonight we have some fun activities planned. Check out the tours outside the ballroom for evening activities, including rounds where you can sign up or have a small group dinner with other members of the community. I'll be hosting one tomorrow if you want to get very fun. We also have free ice skating down the street, as well as some other happy hours and gatherings. So check out that bulletin board outside the ballroom, and we'll have more information for you. Please take some pictures, go on social media. Our hashtag is #NetInclusion24, and have an absolutely amazing time. We're already an incredible audience. So next, I'm excited to introduce Paula Rosenworcel, NDIA's Training and PhD Manager, who will kick us off into our next segment of lightning rounds. Thank you, Paula.
All right, good morning, Tokyo. If you are familiar with my face, you've probably seen me in community calls, digital inclusion 101 webinars, career listserv. Hi, I'm Paula Siefer, and I'm so excited to be introducing the lightning round segment. If you are a lightning round speaker for this round, go ahead and start lightning round on the right side of the stage, and we'll get started with that. So lightning rounds has been a tradition of NetInclusion since our very first conference in Kansas City. NDIA has featured lightning rounds in plenary sessions as a way to shine a spotlight on dozens of great digital inclusion initiatives, as well as to encourage networking among our affiliates and friends. Go ahead and check out the Scan app to view each lightning round presentation slides, as well as connect with each speaker. Each presenter will have 3 minutes to share about their organization, research, programs, and best practices. And in today's lightning rounds, you're going to learn more about special populations, telehealth, importance of partnerships and coalitions, as well as grant programs and much more. Our very first speaker will start us off. Her name is Crystal Tyson, was CEO at Financial Equity.
Like she said, my name is Crystal Tyson. I'm here on behalf of CEO Action for Racial Equity Fellowship. And just to give you guys some background, prior to the fellowship, there was CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion, which I'll clarify is still very much alive and well. But it's the largest CEO-driven business commitment that works to advance diversity and inclusion in the workplace. And that was created in 2017, and that was for, like I said, to push change within the walls of these over 2,500 signatory organizations. But then in 2020, the CEO Action for Racial Equity Fellowship got started, and that was to push for change outside of the walls of these organizations and businesses within the broader community. And the work that we do is actually targeted to helping Black Americans. And so more specifically, what we do is identify, develop, and promote scalable, sustainable public policy and corporate engagement strategies that, that help address systemic racism that have historically disenfranchised Black Americans. So just to get into a little more of the work that I specifically do, I sit on the digital divide team within the fellowship, and we've learned that access or lack of access to high-speed broadband and digital literacy skills are the key drivers of the digital divide within the Black community. And based on the stats that you can see on the screen, that gap is only growing wider. So we're working to change that, as you all are. And although we've been a public policy focused team, we have switched to more of a corporate engagement lens where we're working more with our signatories directly and educating them and just getting them more involved in the actual work. And we've done that by starting an education series where we actually featured Angela and Jennifer from NDIA, and we have a lot more sessions that we're rolling out. We also are putting together a corporate engagement playbook, which we'll share with our signatories. It's kind of just like home base from background and different ways that companies and organizations can get involved in the work. And we major in varying levels just because we know some companies might not be as capable as others. Dive in as much, but we still want to make sure to get everyone as involved in the best way that they can. So If any of that sounded interesting and you would like to join the fellowship or the D&I pledge, please reach out to myself, or I have some colleagues over there, Monique Murphy in the pink blazer, Derek Jones sitting next to her, and just we're happy to talk more about what we do as Digital Divide, but also as a broader fellowship, because there are other areas that we touch, and I'm looking forward to speaking more with you guys.
Is it? Okay.
Is it over? Yeah. It's on the screen. So.
Okay. I really do know technology. Good morning. My name is Siefer Mitchell from Cleveland, Ohio. Hey, right. We're from the Ashbury Senior Computer Community Center, ASC3 for short. Hey, thank you. And I am the board president for ASC3, and I also am an instructor and kind of whatever else the director needs me to do.
Hey, and I'm Angela Hill, the premier instructor for ASC3.
Thank you. And we'd like to shout out our director over there. I'm going to put you on the spot like the mayor did. Had our people to stand. Ms. Wanda Davis is the executive director. I can't even see through the light. Thank you. So we're excited to talk just a bit about some of what we do at ASC3, nuances of training older adults. While I am speaking, please feel free to read our vision statement and our mission statement. So ASC3 was founded in 2002. So we are this wonderful little hidden treasure in the inner city community of Cleveland, Ohio. And we have been impacting digital literacy in those spaces for now over 2 decades, so we're quite proud of that. We really are empowered, and our goal is to electronically empower our residents with access. Oh, I got to keep going. Thank you. And so these are some of our things that we do and have really excelled in, trained over 9,000 residents throughout the greater Cleveland, little bitty Ashbury, that impacting all areas throughout greater Cleveland. So you can see some of our accolades and from youth through seniors and everything in between. We also, you'll hear this name quite often today, this week, PCs for People with refurbished devices, etc. So if I have time, I'll come back to some of that. But right now, I'm going to turn it over to Angela.
All right, good morning. So we're going to move into the training and our best practices. So ASC3 training places emphasis on digital readiness. That encompasses the bullet points shown in the devices as well. ASC best practices and nuances of training is a holistic approach. This approach includes awareness, empathy, and patience to engage, involve, and empower the students. Being observant is key to being flexible and understanding to the various learning levels that take place in the classroom, and that includes the physical, social, systemic, and logistical aspects within our power. ASC3 training places emphasis on the digital readiness, as I stated, and once the instructor addresses these components, it will help to demystify the fears and the learning process can begin. So, be knowledgeable, trustworthy, accountable, building rapport is a must, value everyone, and encourage continued learning. Remember, the ability to learn is ageless. Thank you.
Thank you. Yay.
You got it?
Yeah. And I'd like to just add this last slide. In 2018, this was our footprint in the Cleveland area. The 2018, that shows both our logos of where we have conducted classes, and they mimicked the different locations. Now, we can't use logos, we have to use a Google map because we're in over 30 facilities throughout Greater Cleveland.
Is the which one? Oh, green one. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Kathleen Jeter, and I stand here proud to represent the Enterprise Center in the great city of Chattanooga, Tennessee. And at this time, since everyone is getting shout-outs, I want to acknowledge my colleagues, the CEO, Deb Sosha, our board member, and I think our COO is here in the room as well. I am the program manager of a great program called the TVA Connected Communities Initiative. And I'm excited to be able to share real briefly with you the impactful work that we are doing to address digital inclusion and social determinants of health, specifically with a community there in Chattanooga called Orchard Knob. Historic Orchard Knob is a vibrant community with a rich history, but it faces challenges as if any other community here in our great nation to address such things as technology, food insecurity, healthcare disparities, and so much more. Our initiative focuses on two key areas: promoting digital inclusion and addressing social determinants of health. To address these issues, our objectives have been specifically around physical infrastructure, social infrastructure, and healthy living. The collaborative that has been formed specifically for this community has made significant strides in improving the lives of the residents there in Orchard Knob by focusing on digital literacy and access to technology, by doing such things as access to health care, community engagement, and economic stability. As you can see from this illustration, and I love this illustration because it really shows the combination of increased connectivity through expanded broadband access and walkable Wi-Fi, along with provision of digital literacy by offering digital literacy training to those residents, smart home options. By intentionally doing these, we've been able to enhance the residents' access to services and resources. Moreover, our initiative recognizes the critical impact of social determinants of health of the well-being of this community. And we realize that by doing this, we have really impacted their lives by expanding services specifically to their well-being. We have been able to work hand in hand with the local hospital provider there, Park Ridge Health Centers, by providing telehealth options to the residents. In conclusion, our work in Historic Orchard Knob is dedicated to creating a more inclusive and healthier community through targeted efforts in digital inclusion and addressing social determinants of health, by empowering those residents in this community with access to technology, addressing fundamental health-related factors, and we strive to foster a more equitable and thriving community. I thank you and look forward to collaborating more with you today. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Emily Schachter. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Senior Program Manager at RIGHTS, the Reproductive Health Initiative for Telehealth Equity and Solutions. And I'm thrilled to tell you about our organization and how telehealth access and digital equity go hand in hand. At Rights, we're dedicated to advancing equitable sexual and reproductive health care access and believe in the power of telehealth to foster innovation and bridge equity gaps, especially for medication abortion. And as you all may know, abortion has been struggling the past couple of years, so we are out there fighting. Recent years have proven, yes, give it up. Recent years have proven that telehealth is here to stay and has the power to increase healthcare access for marginalized communities. And in the case of medication abortion, we've seen myriad studies emerge highlighting the safety, effectiveness, and sometimes preference of provision via telehealth. Everyone should have the right to access reproductive health care in the setting of their choosing. But communities still face structural barriers to accessing and benefiting from telehealth. And digital equity plays a key role in reducing those barriers. For telehealth to reach its full potential, communities must have access to broadband and receive education about how to use telehealth platforms. Given that telehealth requires access to broadband, communities who lack high-speed internet access are often excluded from using telehealth. And these groups, including rural communities, people with disabilities, and Black, Indigenous, and Latino individuals, are also less likely to have access to comprehensive reproductive health care and notably abortion care. When individuals are forced to seek out unnecessary in-person care due to a lack of resources or knowledge, they're robbed of their decision-making power. So a bit more about us. Rights aims to equip state advocates and telehealth industry leaders with detailed, accurate information to catalyze change. To amplify the need for and benefits of increased access to telehealth, Rights has developed several key resources, as you can see on screen, including state policy analyses, a telehealth medication abortion map, and telehealth legislative tracker, all of which are available on our website. And we would love to work with NDIA members to integrate digital equity messaging into our portfolio, which brings me to my final slide. We'd love to partner with you, and together we can collectively move the needle on advancing access to telehealth care by centering digital equity. You can email us at info@rights.org, but in the meantime, please scan the QR code to sign up for our quarterly newsletter. Our next edition will include information in our upcoming webinar series commencing in March. Thank you so much and enjoy the conference.
Good morning. My name is Ivan Žižek. I'm the Digital Skills Program as well as Curriculum Manager at the National Digital Equity Center. And our goal is to close the digital divide in Maine. And we strive to do so with the input and help of our many partnerships, one of which I would like to shout out today, which is the Maine Connectivity Authority, hello there, which have informed the programs that we have developed and I'm about to introduce to you. Our Digital Navigator program, our Digital Skills Success Plan program, our Digital Skills Classes, our Affordable Devices program, as well as our consulting services with digital equity and inclusion plans for our communities. Our Digital Navigator program prior to the wind down of the ACP was all about helping participants signing up and applying for the FCC's ACP. And our navigators also solved more than 40 plus ACP issued tickets. Now that the program has wound down, our digital navigators help with the affordable internet after the ACP, serve as class facilitators for a hybrid classes model, help support our participants with follow-up on their individual learning plans, and our enrollment assistance for our Affordable Devices program intake. Next is our Digital Skills Classes program. We have more than 45 plus different courses ranging from 1 to 3 sessions in length. Each session is 60 minutes. Classes are taught online or in a hybrid format. None of them are on demand, but all of them have a live instructor who will answer and address participants' questions in real time. Since last year, we have a number of classes that we have also translated and that are being taught in French, Spanish, and Portuguese for our immigrant populations. Our classes are broken down into 3 curricula, the first one being for work and business, second, aging well with technology, and the third for home and education. Besides our online interactive classes, we also have a hybrid model called our Partner On-Site Classes program, in which we partner with libraries, jails, adult eds, hospitals, to name a few, and we also train their participant partners facilitators. And if they don't have the manpower to supply a facilitator, our digital navigators will fill the classes and be the facilitators for the classes that they would like to be held in their communities. We also have a digital skills success plan program in which we assess participants' skills and create an individual's learning plan to help them realize their goals successfully, whether they want to improve their basic digital skills or gain workforce skills to further or change their careers. For any further questions, and I ran out of time, you can visit our website at nationaldigitalequitycenter.org or email us at info@digitalequitycenter.org. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great time.
Hello, Net Inclusion. How is everyone? I just lost my screen, so I'm gonna wing it a bit. Sorry about that, Yvette. Thank you, Pamela, and all the lightning round speakers. We're about to go out into breakouts, and I have some good news. We accomplished a goal together, and you guys don't even know it. A good problem is that we broke Sked this morning. Can you imagine? So many of you were using it, we broke it. And so now, don't worry, everyone's gonna know where to go though. On the 4th floor, the breakout sessions are all gonna be on this 4th floor except for one that will be in the ballroom. I lost my screen with the notes, so I forget which one's gonna be in the ballroom. But most of the breakout sessions are gonna be on the 4th floor. They're all in the same pod. They're called the Franklin Hall breakout rooms. So when you go down there, there will be digital screens outside the rooms. You'll know which breakout session is in the room. And if you don't, just pop your head in a room and say and ask, like, am I in the right space? Does that sound good? Okay, so we're gonna break now. Breakout sessions start in 3 minutes, so at 10:30, so I want you all to kind of try and get down there. And we're gonna see you back up here in time for lunch in the lunch plenary. I can see you're all excited. You're not even waiting for me to stop. Okay, thank you. Can you tell the lightning round presenters to meet up front? When? The people that did the lightning round. Okay, if the lightning round presenters can come back to the stage to take a photo, that would be great too. Thanks.
Yeah. There we go. Where are you going? All right, I'm going to get started here in just a minute. Everybody can get settled up here and in there. And I have now reached the age where it is too dark up here to read my notes. So if you see my phone here, just make me feel like I'm not the only one. All right, welcome everybody. My name is Dr. Pierrette Renee Dagg. I'm the Director of Research at Merit Network. We are the longest running research and education network in the United States. So we know a little thing or two about digital inclusion. The first computer-to-computer connections were actually done at the Merit Network. Today we are joining for a session called Building Research and Data-Backed Digital Equity Strategies. And I have with me Chelsea Benning from the Olympic Research Strategy, David Keyes from the City of Seattle, John Eaglehoff from the Southwest Michigan Planning Commission, and Dr. Sean Glaze from Inclusive Data Solutions. Just to give you a little bit of an agenda, I will give you a brief idea of what we mean when we say community research, but my panelists will talk a little bit more about that in detail as we go. We'll talk about the learning objectives for the session. We've got 4 or 5 questions that we're going to answer as a panel, and then we're making sure to leave ample time for discussion and Q&A, so we'll have about 15-20 minutes. I'm not quite sure when we're supposed to stop. We're a little short. And then I also just want to bring up, we are very informal in this group here, so as we're talking, if you have an example or a question or something like that, even though we have a session at the end for Q&A, 15 or 20 minutes, just pop up and yell it out, or maybe if there's a microphone or something like that, because I think I see one right here. It makes a little bit better of a presentation if you're not totally lost or wondering about something the entire time. Everybody ready to get started?
Yes.
All right, then we need more coffee. Come on, good morning. So today our session is going to focus on the critical role of research in shaping effective digital equity strategies. The Digital Opportunities Compass framework is a tool for guiding plans, policies, and progress. And the City of Seattle's Technology Access and Adoption Survey, which focused on groups of residents' use, barriers, and needs. That will be shared to help us understand how academic and diverse community participatory research together can be conducted and applied to planning, investment priorities, service delivery, and for impact measurement. We're going to highlight the journey of both of these projects, the Digital Opportunities Compass and the City of Seattle's Technology Access and Adoption Guide, as ways that you can start to inform your thinking about various strategies to use research and digital data-backed strategies in your communities, although these are not the only 2 ways that you can do that. So when we say community research, there are several ways, but 3 ways that we're going to highlight here are, first and foremost, we can use information from resident surveys, from qualitative analysis, quantitative analysis, and data to inform deployment of resources, inform the development of programs, and so forth. We can use research as a way to build a foundation to consider how we might create strategies, or we can use something called concurrent triangulation design, which is an iterative approach where we have a hypothesis or some research. We actually do praxis and practitioner research, take that information back, analyze it, and then go ahead and deploy the entire thing again, kind of in a circular motion. So those are our 3 types of ways that we can apply research and data science to some of the projects that we're doing. I'm going to first begin by asking David and Chelsea and Sean to talk just a little bit for about 5 minutes about their project, just so we have a foundation for understanding. And then John and I will talk a little bit about our project and how we have been actually deploying this now within communities. Following that, we'll get into our agenda. So David?
Great, excellent. I'm really glad to be here with everyone and glad to be learning from all of you. And as Angela said, building that community of people that lets us do better work in the community. So our technology access and adoption study, we began in the year 2000 with some values around a technology-healthy community or technologically healthy community. So we've just completed the 6th community research project, and the last one in 2018. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and then we'll talk about also this connection to how we apply it as well. And it helps guide for the City of Seattle, it helps guide our digital equity program work, but it also helps to guide other service delivery for the city. So whether that be like electronic applications for parking or civic engagement activities. So we can talk more about kind of how that gets used in the field, but that's been one of the drivers certainly for us. And we use the 4 elements of digital equity, the pillars, and built off of those goals in both our digital equity plans in a 2020 Internet for All City Council resolution and strategy, and then in our community research. And I think the first question that we always ask when we do our research is what are our questions that, what are our actionable goals? So that's the ongoing test as we think about questions and what we're studying. So we address both household and individual situations, we'll talk more about that, as well as awareness in community. So from community service providers, from individuals, what's their sense of also what's going on. The topics covered included a range of things from internet devices, activities, skills, applications, civic participation, but also trust, safety, and security. And we have a number of subtopics in each, and we'll talk about those. But I think one of the things that's been valuable for us in thinking about this connection between application of research to digital equity field and practitioners is also looking at kind of the whole systems for what does it take an individual, a family, and a community to have digital equity. So we look at things like internet at home and on the go. We look at quality of service and interruptions in that. We looked at awareness and use of the low-cost internet programs, the devices of household ratio. We looked at screen size adequacy. We looked at questions about whether or not people are able to connect from their home and whether that's interrupted. We had 3 different telehealth questions, and then we looked at digital skills and training interests. So part of that then is, in kind of from a methodology point of view, is there was an intentionality in partnering and reaching out in our approach on kind of the 3 phases of design, data collection, and then the analysis, and now in the presentation side of it. So with my partners here, Chelsea and Sean. So we went through like a number of discussion about the elements, review of past survey work. We built on research that others have done, some of you in the room. So just a kudos and thanks as we build on each other's work and questions. And this gave us the basis for data collection, where we did both surveys and focus groups. So we collected 4,100, almost 4,200 surveys, valid surveys, and then we had a total of over 4,600 participants between the broad survey and the 40 focus groups we did with 10 different population groups that Sean did a lot on. And so we tie those back then to our digital equity plan and our work. And we can talk more about the methodology, I think, as we do the discussion here. But just again, we did this combination of qualitative and quantitative. That gets folded together in a summary report, and we also have these in-depth reports, a data dashboard, have made the data available. I have some copies of the questionnaire if people want that. So we have all that available. And the findings also just really tell us a lot about what that depth is around people having sufficient and reliable internet, what the affordability is of that. Looking at questions about what's preferred training topics and how people, we took the quantitative from that and we kind of dovetail that with the qualitative that we get from the focus groups in terms of how people want to receive that training and the nuances between different sub-communities. So part of that was the importance of gathering different sub-communities and talking together and bringing that into the table through the languages and the outreach and work we did with tribal technology training and native outreach for the survey. So I'll kind of stop there and then we can fill in the details as we do our discussion.
Hi, everyone. I want to echo thank you so much for joining us today, and I'll just keep this very brief and just let you know the parts that I was participating in, so that if you want to ping me afterwards or follow up if you have any specific questions. The goal of us being here today, or at least me personally being here today, is to reiterate how important it is that we all just listen to others as we are planning these digital equity strategies or whatever your work may take. I was a participation in the quantitative portion, the large-scale study. I ran that. I ran it in 2018. I ran it again in this most recent time. If you have any questions at all, my name is Chelsea Benning. You can look me up. I'm happy to share why we chose the questions we did, why we did things the way that we did them, other approaches we considered, and give you some suggestions if you're looking at doing a similar type of thing. I'll turn it over to Sean.
Great. Is this on? Wow.
It's on.
It's on. Hi, y'all. I'm Sean Glaze. I use they, them pronouns, and we were so delighted to support the qualitative part of the study. But I will say it was really fun how, as part of doing community research, we were also involved in several steps, including meetings about the quantitative study, and just really thinking through strategy for finding the communities we wanted to hear from. I'm really proud of the City of Seattle for prioritizing in a very intentional way this idea that communities can speak for themselves if we just listen. And I think that part of what makes that possible is strong leadership prioritizing that, even though we know that there are always timelines that make that a challenge. So I want to say that. I'm here primarily wearing the hat of inclusive data and will be speaking from that perspective. That's our consulting team. And our teammate Kathleen, who's not here, ran most of the focus groups for this. And so I just want to give a shout out to her. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you. And as I mentioned, I'm with Merit Network, and I co-authored along with a handful of folks you may know here. I see one of them over there. Aaron Schill from NDIA, Dr. Johannes Bauer from Michigan State University, Dr. Colin Ryan-Smith from the Digital Equity Research Center, and Greta Byram. We all kind of brought our heads together about a year and a half ago. You may have seen our presentation at NDIA last year when we presented our working paper on the Digital Opportunities Compass, which are metrics to monitor, guide, and evaluate broadband policy. When we first heard about the Digital Equity Act, we were slightly concerned about this influx of funding, and then once it comes and we deploy these programs and we give people devices and we give people training, all of a sudden in 2 years when the funding dries up, the goalposts have moved and we are either exactly in the same position we are in now, or the situation has gotten exponentially worse, obviously due to things like the juggernaut speed that AI is coming at us and the way that devices are now being used in different applications. So we wanted to better understand what could research tell us about building holistic digital equity strategies that would fix the systemic issues that were causing these to begin with, and then also to create programs and practices and policies that would be sustainable long after that funding ended. So when we came to net inclusion last year, we presented a working paper and invited people like you, practitioners and researchers, to give us quite a bit of feedback on that model based in research and in the practitioner space. And we've since made a few updates. And in this, essentially what we found is 25 years of research demonstrates that these digital equity strategies are more sustainable if they're holistic and consider the entire ecosystem. And when I say that, it's obviously these things are very critically important. When we think of the digital inclusion triangle, we think of affordable access, we think of digital skills, and we think of devices and affordable devices. And a lot of the research that we found is, yes, that's critical, but that's really where the digital inclusion work actually starts. So that's the starting line. Once we have all of those things for everyone, now we actually have to focus on some of the more systemic or larger issues and these broader outcomes. So we identified, and I should mention in the note-taking doc in SCED, you'll be able to find links to all of the resources that all of our panelists are going to mention today. So we have quite a lengthy 3 or 4 pages of resources for you. This will also be in there, the Digital Opportunities Compass. We found that really what we need to consider are things like context, which is sociodemographics, it's economics, governance, which is state, local, and federal policy, and then the congruence amongst all of those things, connectivity, which we are all familiar with, skills and secure online practices, applications, which are the uses, and then the outcomes. So not just the outcomes of we trained this many people, we deployed this many devices, but how all of these things work together for larger societal goods and each of their roles in them. So if you download the working paper, which I think is a pretty broad and robust piece of work, and read it, it's going to put you to sleep. It is about, 35 pages of academic links and resources and you name it. So I could not go to one of my communities in Michigan that I serve and plunk this thing down and say, there's your digital equity strategy plan, good luck to you. It was not going to work. So what we have since done is we took this very large basis of research. This is what I was talking about with the term concurrent triangulation design, where we took the research and then we actually developed a guided decision-making process for communities. So this is a 6 to 8 month process that identifies and goes through and discusses the digital equity challenges. We look at qualitative and quantitative data. We talk about the context, the governance, connectivity, skills, applications, and outcomes in each of these communities. And then we use that to build the digital equity strategy. So we're using this research base to now identify practitioners and stakeholders within the community, give them enough power to build recommendations and build these long-term digital equity strategies by identifying long-term outcomes and the near-term outcomes that serve those. So currently we are piloting this process. We're near the end of the 3 pilots that have all gone very successful in 2 counties and 1 tri-county area in the state of Michigan, and later this spring we're going to begin expanding this to hopefully between 8 and 10 additional counties within the state. So I'm going to invite John to talk just a little bit about his role in this.
Sure. Yes, I think my role here today is to talk a bit about what it's like to be on the implementation side of Piret's model, of the merit model, and who I am and why that's a potentially plausible fit. So Piret has mentioned that in our case, we are a 3-county region. Let me start with, I am the director of a regional planning organization. So in Michigan, we divide up the state into 14 of these, and every county is kind of subsumed under at least, one of these regional planning organizations. In my case, I'm the director of one, and our focus is pretty broad. Broadband is by no means the only thing we concentrate on. In fact, it's a very small thing, hopefully growing, but relatively small thing. We think about networks and systems, but we think about them in terms of columns of interest, generally like transportation or watersheds, broadband certainly, but also trail systems, all of that kind of stuff. So broadband is in there. It makes sense to us, but we're by no means, an obvious leader on that. So we had to really find our feet, and certainly our relationship with Merit has been vital. I think I want you to know that many states also divide themselves up into these planning regions. So it might be a resource for you as well to find leadership or at least assistance at that level. There is some natural affinity that we have for data collection and data processing, so that works really well for us, and we'll talk in greater detail about what that really means. Just one last thing about our region, it's a relatively rural and agrarian place. 3 counties, we do the Michigan thing, so we're down here in the corner. Our urban places are small urban, none of them larger than 9,000 people in density. So, and then the rest of us, we're orchards and vineyards. We're very agrarian. So we're talking about a pretty stark dichotomy here between the Seattle folks and a place in Michigan that's relatively rural, and what are the challenges on either side of that. So I represent at least a voice, I think, in that area.
Fantastic. So panelists, just because we got started a little late, we're going to combine questions 1 and 2. So what I'm going to pose to all of you, and I'm going to ask Sean and David to lead these, and then we can all fill in. What's the direct connection between research and digital equity strategies? And then how do you bridge that gap between research and practical application?
You want me to go first? Okay. So we're talking about bringing together research, digital equity, and practical application. And I think that one of the things that really stands out to me is this idea that to some extent, digital equity can be a step along the way, but it needs, for us, my team, either with inclusive data or my other team, Black Brilliance Research, it's about digital justice, right? It's about digital liberation. It's about really creating a space where people have what they need. And when I think about what that means in terms of research, it means that making sure that the leadership of research is the community itself, and that it's not just, did we hear from community, but did we develop an authentic relationship with community, which might mean really difficult, tricky, frustrating conversations. I see a lot of nods, so let me just do a quick poll, if you will. If y'all have experienced a situation, between a community and maybe a government that was ever contentious or difficult, can you just give us a quick show of hands? For those of you who are not...
How about raise your hand if you have not experienced that?
There are about, 150 or so, maybe more people in this room, and most people's hands went up. And I think that is honestly a good thing. If you are doing research, if you're doing work with communities, if you're expecting to hear from people who haven't heard, you should expect that it's not going to be easy, because if it is, it might be because they're not ready to be honest with you, or they don't think you'll take them seriously. And I think bringing research together means that you're doing things like, hiring teams of people who are led by communities that have been left behind. That you're shifting your strategy as you go, and that you are laser focused on being accountable to the communities they introduce you to. And I think if you have those things together, then you can do truly honest community research that is able to move towards digital justice. David?
Yeah, I think appreciate that, and also just a quick shout out to Chris Webb, who's over here too, who's part of our team from Black Brilliance Research Project. So, yeah, I think it's really interesting. I think the first thing for me is how we have that opportunity to bring folks to the table or to go to other people's tables, and so in leading this research, that was part of the challenge for me and the opportunity, which I think certainly drives a better product, a better result, a more active and actionable result towards data justice, digital equity, race and social justice, and so on. So part of that aspect was starting really early on in the design phase and bringing in Sean and Chris and folks from our tech advisory board, people from the library, some of the community organizations, as well as, in our case, some of the other folks. What are the other folks at the city that I need to bring on that will help also make sure that that's being driven towards something usable, and bring folks into conversation with Sean and Chris and others too, so that they hear that voice. And then we developed a proposal, and that was part of selling the race and social equity portion of how we were going to approach the survey in multiple languages, and by partnering with community groups. So it continues to be kind of a challenge and this incredible opportunity, and I think this demand that we develop those partnerships for the table in our research to ensure that also then make sure that the results are practical. And so now we're in this presentation sharing point of view where, the results from it, we got some funding from the state broadband office, and some of the results have been folded into the state broadband plan, into the county's digital equity and broadband report. It also it's an opportunity. We recently did some presentation with our Digital Equity Learning Network so that, because organizations can use our data as well, both for, for their own applications, to look at where their niches in relationship to training needs and how that's being delivered, and also in terms of advocacy together to continue to that next step in meeting some of those needs. So that's sort of part of how we've combined that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the next question I'm going to throw to John. I'll probably toss in a couple of comments there and then go back to David. How do you approach or identify the stakeholders outside of your own specific organization that need to be included in some of the community research, and what level of power do you give them?
In our case, we have quite a bit of experience in environmental justice mapping, GIS data research, because of our work in transportation and some other areas. So we have a pretty good idea of kind of zones of need where there's a density of particular populations that historically we've been able to see we need to have a special focus on those geographic areas within the region. And then think about the organizations that tend to serve those specific areas. So that's one way we can do it. The other is that we have recognized that our geography, our three-county geography, matches the three-county geography of a lot of other service organizations in the region. So United Way is a similar match for that. We have a workforce development organization that's a very similar match. So some of that we can sort of start snapping that together. And then out of that, really, well, in addition to that, we have enough experience building trusted relationships with communities of need, but also, kind of organizations that represent those communities. We can start building a kind of cross-section of folks who can really speak to those populations. So that's what we've tried to do. Should I kind of rip through who's in that group, or is that for another time?
Give us your take, and then I'll come back at you.
Right. So in our group, we've got two community colleges in our region. So community colleges represented. This is our digital equity group. So we're meeting on a monthly basis and talking through these issues and working through Puret's model. County library directors, heard a shout out to libraries before. We recognize their value as well. Regional health system, we have a hospital and health system that serves us. They have a community planner there, so I invited her in. The area agency on aging, so we've got senior population represented. County health departments, intermediate school districts, the United Way, as I mentioned, and farmers. So that's the initial cross section.
Okay, so I'm going to hit you with something that some of you are going to applaud and some of you are not going to like, because I have come up across both of them. In doing a lot of research for this and developing the practitioner model, I tried to understand governance frameworks better and what was going to be the most serving in terms of social justice. And this is something that I've noticed that a lot of local and state governments are slightly shy about, for good reason. But all the research, specifically the United Nations Scientific and Cultural Organization among them, and countless others, actually say when you're deciding upon a governance group, and by governance group we mean power, you should recruit and include representatives from every population segment if you will be making a decision about them. So that means giving equal power and equal voice and equal say in your group that is deciding something. So perhaps even, and this is another difficult one for folks, if we are making decisions about people within the prison population, if we are making decisions about people who happen to be students who are under 18, you need to have a representative from every group, or invite every group that is going to have a decision made for them by your governance group of digital equity strategy, strategy or policy or funding or whatever it might be, and they all need to have our round table seat. Some of the groups that we've worked with, some of the governments have taken that very broadly and welcomed that with open arms to create a very wide network of socially inclusive decision makers. Some of them have taken that and said thank you very much, and then built their own governance groups, and we had some people kind of in the middle. So I would challenge all of you to either do that or at least encourage other people to do that, even when it might be a little terrifying to see that much control. David, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, let's see. I guess one of my first reactions is it's really challenging to have everybody at the table, and people come in with different. Everybody has power. It's just there are different relationships. If I'm carrying the budget, or if I'm a person who has the advocacy relationship in the community, and I think so. That's that. There will be a continuing balancing of that. Just in the kind of context of our research, we went through quite a lot in figuring out both the methodology for how we're going to do the quantitative survey and the qualitative survey, and a lot of discussion about different population groups and who can we reach given a limited budget and time and so on. And so part of that is surfacing to be overt about who that is, so intentional about what you're trying to do and what you can do in this particular phase, and continue to do that. We partnered on the quantitative survey also with Seattle Public Schools and Seattle Housing Authority. I mentioned those because they were really helpful in helping us reach out in other languages. Like they had a database of preferred language for some of their residents, for instance. And then we, in the focus groups particularly, I guess, we had a lot of discussion about if we were going to do a limited number of focus groups, who we'd want to reach. And in the, coming back to just the survey for a second, one of the things that we had seen kind of over the years was it felt really important to give the Native community a voice. And we hadn't collected enough surveys to really give a statistically valid sample from the Native community. And so Will Booth and Andrea Alexander from Tribal Technology Training were kind of instrumental in helping us connect and plan. So we decided to do a particular focused segment within the quantitative survey, the broad population survey, to do a focused sampling. And we went to powwows and stood in the fry bread line and said, here's a QR code to do your survey. But just a kudos and thanks to those folks for enabling us to do that. And just in the focus group, we picked a combination of kind of existing range of organization, range of communities, be it we did couple different ones from like Central America versus Mexico, and Central and South America. So we sort of looked at subpopulations within that. We worked with our Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs and looked at what are some emerging communities. So we don't normally give voice to the Cambodian community. So it was important to help raise that a little bit and then use that as part of our work.
I think we had a question.
Yeah. Ooh. Did I see a hand?
Was it
yes, you.
Can you go to the mic so people can hear you?
Is there a mic?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
So you said interrupt, I'm interrupting because I'm really curious about the acknowledgement of the communities, how you went in to engage folks. Did you create any kind of incentives, paid gift cards, something to make them feel okay about their time?
Yes, we did.
Yes. Could you imagine someone inviting you to do work for them and not paying you? Like, wouldn't that be absolutely insulting? If someone said, hey, we really need your information to design the plan for our state and where we're going to move resources. We really value your perspective. Without it, we wouldn't be able to do a good job. And can you please fill out this how many page survey and take time out of your life to do that? And you'll never really see a direct benefit for it, or maybe you will in a few years' time when this gets implemented. That would be pretty insulting. But this happens to communities all the time, that people come and they ask communities to provide detailed, intimate details of their life for free. What Seattle, I think, has done really well has been really listening to communities saying that's disrespectful, and has put in place not just people who value that, but systems and structures that support that happening, even when those people are not in the room. So yeah, absolutely, especially for the qualitative side where you're going to be asking people to travel somewhere, talk to you for a while, travel back, maybe put their kids somewhere, maybe get some food in their bellies. We definitely make sure that we compensate people for their time.
Quick show of hands here. How many of you do not have a research background? Ooh, okay, so Chelsea, help us. If you don't have a research background, how can the things that we are learning here in this presentation, how can you do them? How to get started?
Well, I don't have a research background, and well, I didn't start out having a research background, but I actually would like to pivot just a little bit because we've kind of danced around another kind of related topic to not having a research background, which is, we talked about power. You've heard us talk about representing kind of two sides, a large municipality, as is City of Seattle, and I'm wondering if anyone's out there thinking, well, this all sounds wonderful and great, but it also sounds really expensive. I had a few hands.
Just 5 hands,
Just really? So that's actually, a couple of hands. They're pretty emphatic. And it's okay if you don't want to say, this sounds pretty expensive. I mean, because I think we all recognize how important it is, and it was really well articulated earlier today about how important it is that we understand that our communities have things to tell us, and we need to go into it open enough to have those honest conversations and constantly stay humble. So what I'd just like to kind of riff on here a little bit is that, yes, the City of Seattle study was probably in most books fairly well resourced, which we're super grateful to live in a community that has prioritized that and has budgeted for that. But that if you live in a community or you represent an organization or you're doing work where maybe you don't have as well resourced, that does not mean that you cannot successfully do what we are talking about today. There is such a wide body of work out there. City of Seattle has been incredibly laser focused on amassing resources so that you all can use the work that we have done and partnered on in ways that I think could be pretty impactful, whether or not you're at a small municipality, you're working with a community group, you're doing other types of work out there. David has talked a little bit about the different resources that are available to you, but certainly go out there, look at what's out and available to you, and be open to the idea that, again, having conversations is a form of research. So if you go into it honestly, and really well point about how you cannot expect people to show up and give you information for free, but certainly there are ways to involve and compensate individuals that don't have to be as necessarily as expensive as others. So that's really kind of what I wanted to talk about, and I appreciate those of you that raised their hands and kind of admitted that yes, this all sounds very, very expensive. Do you have a question?
Yeah, sorry. I have two quick questions. I'm Emily Steinberg with Lead for America and the American Connection Corps. This is super helpful, no research background. Just wanted to ask kind of 2 clarifications. Like you're saying it was well resourced. Could you throw out some numbers for us and let us know for smaller nonprofits or local governments, like what's a reasonable amount to budget to even get started with, doing research-backed digital equity work? Like how can folks get started? How do we budget for this?
David?
Yeah, so our total overall was about 340,000. And we spent, I think it was about 35,000 in the research and design phase, which also included like 200 interviews with community members about how they would want to be surveyed and so on. And then the bulk of it was in the quantitative study and the analysis. So I think again it scales by how broad a sample you want to do, and so I think it can be really scaled to do that. I think one of the things too, one of the things I think about is first two things. One is that you get more support for it if you explain how it's going to be used and are ensuring it's going to be used. So it's not just like our IT department or our digital equity program that's using the data. So getting the financial support for it, which there's definitely like a long run up to getting that for us, but some of that was having that convening of people to talk about what a technology healthy community is and what we want to know, and it's tying it to other initiatives that the city has around and community and the broadband. So I think part of that's that framing so that it's not just you investing in both time and resource. So I think it is scalable. It's also thinking about things like in our program, a piece of research is like intake questions, or it's when there's classes or lunchtime meals, gathering people around a conversation about one of the topics and collecting that. And so I think there's ways to resource it differently, but part of that is also just the presenting it ahead of time and scaling. And then we are also fortunate in using other institutions, like I said. So the Housing Authority and Seattle Schools, because they would also use the data, then they were willing to make the addresses available and to email out to a set of their tenants. And actually the email went out to all the Seattle Schools household guardian contacts. So so we were able to resource some that way too.
Yeah. I have a little to add.
Yeah.
I wear two hats. So Inclusive Data, we are a research consulting firm that also does fund development. So we help communities get funding. We average about $3 million a month in grants that we get for underfunded communities. We work with both rural and urban communities, and we work across the state as well as across the country. And we have been supporting different states, North Carolina, Texas, et cetera. And so from that perspective, for those of you without a research background who are thinking, geez, I want to do something like this, I want to echo what David said, but really underscore one part really slowly for those of you who are new to this. Partnerships, right? But partnerships doesn't mean sort of like, okay, like we put logos on each other's websites necessarily. Partnerships is thinking that there's more than one person, more than one group in my community that's trying to solve this problem. And you heard earlier about the idea of a regional planning organization being one. Every single place in this country, including the territories, has regional planning organizations, has, folks who are thinking really high level, who get excited to talk to folks without research backgrounds, who have authentic relationships with community. Every single community has the ability to tap into those kinds of resources. Even if you're from like a very small community, there are people who are thinking about y'all, that are thinking about your community, that want to hear from your community. Without partnerships, it's really tough to be able to have the relational infrastructure as well as the understanding of the federal funding and how it trickles down to communities. And so without a research background, I would say understanding, there's this idea that success leaves clues, following the clues to success, right? Figuring out what has worked in other places. And now that we are at a time where significant federal investments are being made in digital equity, this is the time to understand, well, what happened last time there were significant investments made in digital equity? Because probably if there's no change, right, the same thing's going to happen again. Who were the decision makers around the table? What reports did they put out? What data did they pay attention to? Was my community there? Oh, they invited this one group. What about the rest of the community? Those kinds of things are things that a lot of us have access to because of the value of this kind of network that has been created and that we're a part of. And we need to lean into that if we want to be able to use research either as seasoned researchers or people who are new.
And I'm going to piggyback off that just for a second. So when Sean mentioned partnerships, one thing I'm going to put on my nerd hat again with the academics is when we're developing surveys and deploying survey research, absolutely all of this is attainable for everyone in this room. But I think that when possible, all of you have researchers and educational institutions in your communities. There are large swaths of information that we can get from this research, but as we want to start dialing in and getting more and more nuance, there are things like when you're developing survey questions or questionnaires or things that you're going to ask people, simple things like word choice, the order that you ask questions in, how long your questions are, something called the measurement bias, making sure you get a representative sampling. These are all things that should not deter you from doing community research, but whenever possible, identify people like the researchers in your academic communities just to see if they can contribute to helping you get a little bit more detailed information or dial down just a little bit to make sure you get what you're actually seeking and have a good representative sample. I'm going to have to cut our panel off. We've got about 7 or 8 minutes, so I've got some other questions if nobody has any in the audience, but I would much rather hear from you, so we can just make lines and just go at it.
Yeah, there was somebody up there too, so.
Okay. Am I up? Okay. Is this on?
No.
No.
Speak loud and we'll
Can you
repeat
yell?
Yes.
Yeah, we'd have to repeat it if it were set out, but let's see if it works. No.
Why don't we go over here and then we'll come back to that one.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Tom Esselman from the Chiefs Kingdom. That includes both states of Kansas and Missouri, as well as the rest of the country now. My question specifically, and I really appreciate the way you've shared insights about inclusive input, but to the question of power, right now, this specific window with all this federal funding, I'm curious to know from both your perspectives, both a kind of urban, metropolitan, and more rural, what's your confidence level in the state offices of broadband development grasping this data-backed approach with respect to their allocation decisions with this federal money? And what's the path forward so that we can get smarter about using data to help inform those ultimate allocation decisions?
That's a great question. David, do you want to start?
Yeah, good question. Thanks, Tom. I think that in many ways, some of the broadband offices, like many places, are in their data infant years. So in terms of understanding the data for digital equity, and in terms of mapping what that is, and in terms of collecting and then applying it to the digital equity plan. So there's been kind of a good sort of surface level, if you will, and using what federal data is available. We're in the process of, there's a build out of a state digital equity data dashboard. And I think actually as a community, there's a bigger role that we all can play in helping to define what those metrics are and informing that. So I think that there's a starting place where we're seeing in some of the state broadband and digital equity plans where there's a use of the data pointing to pretty high level things. But this question of like how many devices in a household there's some of the really important nuances of that, or grasping the how do we talk about training or people's digital skills. That there's a lot of work yet to do. So part of that, I think, is also, each of us becoming, to what we can, understanding just how to use data in our daily life to tell the story, or telling the story using data, and then helping to sit down and work with not just the federal funds flowing through the state right now, but this will apply to the competitive grants too, and other things too, is then working with the state and county to help build that. And part of that alliance is, like we've started at the City of Seattle, there's a data analytics and racial equity group that I'm part of, and we sat with the city demographer. We have a lot of discussions about, here too, about whether we talk about our glass being half full, or half empty, and struggle with that. So part of that, I think, is again, kind of, we have a long way to go, but sitting and challenging those data reports and pointing out what's not there and helping to improve that storytelling. And it was an interesting challenge for us too, in weaving together in our summary report the quantitative and qualitative data. And I think it's still a challenge because we have a really detailed qualitative report from the focus groups and interviews, and a really detailed, much more detailed also report from the survey. So part of that is just like, how do we, pick using the data at the right times to have impact. So it's also picking those metrics out to call it out, and bringing that to your legislator or your governor, or giving it as a talking point to the mayor this morning. So.
Yeah, I would echo that. So everybody's state should at this point have their digital equity plan drafts. If you haven't read your state's digital equity plan draft, I would start with that. There are a number of ways that you can, for example, the state of Michigan, they're deploying their program looking at statewide data, but then you mentioned there's capacity grants, there's competitive grants, so there's room for nonprofits and higher educations and municipalities and others to apply for additional grant funding. So I would say look at the data sets and data sources that your state is putting a lot of weight into, and then see when you are applying for your own grant funding, how you can either build grant narratives that support and bolster that, or also offer maybe a counter or some additional depth of information there. So it's important to understand the data sources that they're using. One more question over here.
Just one really quick thing about that too. So part of that is also pointing out, we've got to challenge what the complexity of the data is, what the complexity is of making a family whole for digital opportunity too.
Hi, I'm Leslie Scott. I'm with Casey Digital Drive, so also from Kansas City. And I wanted to dig into that nothing for us, without us, a little bit more. So we were part of a grant from the Kansas Health Foundation, and were able to learn from other organizations while we're building the ecosystem on the Kansas side. And one of our cohorts was Groundwork NRG, and they really hammer on the restorative versus extractive approach. And I really appreciate that, and have really been trying to change my mindset around that. So obviously childcare, food, gift cards are great, but how are you also coming back to the community? Because sometimes they can feel studied to death, right? And so how are you coming back to the community with this information? You have a 35-page report, but that's not really community friendly. So I was just curious how you're coming back to the community. Can I take that first? That's awesome. Okay.
I love that question. So part of what we do in our area is, so the other hat I wear is Black Brilliance Research, which kicked off in 2020 by hiring over 100 community members to write the plan for how our city would reinvest what ultimately ended up being about 30 million to address the harms caused by just different kinds of structural violence. And we are also the recipients of an NDIA award that is going to train over 100 community members on how to do research, as well as how to build out internet infrastructure. And so this idea of nothing about us without us is my life. And what I will say is, I think there's certainly understanding the arguments made for why not to do it is really important too. So, the things that are said about the communities I'm a part of are, these communities don't have enough capacity to do this work. They don't have skill set to do this work. They don't have relationships to do this work. This is why we can't fund them, prioritize them, have them be researchers. You will also hear people say things like, they don't have training in this work. They don't have training in research. They can't do research. And so for me, and for when I think about the opportunity to repair the harms, it's, oops, ouch, like we hurt your communities, we haven't been listening, we're really sorry, and we haven't been paying attention to the expertise that you bring in the relationships. It is really building communities, building a context where community can be valued for the expertise that we already have, and also like developing new relationships. I know that for us, our award from the NDIA was in no small part because our city, supported our application and was able to connect us with the state's broadband office, who was able to connect us with the support so that we can have a competitive application, even though the funding requirements had changed during the process of that award. So what I am telling you is, in order to really adopt a restorative approach, it means that you have to be committed at every step of the way to do things differently. And it means that you have to think about structurally, if the argument is that community doesn't have capacity to do this work, then we are saying that one of our solutions must be to build community's capacity, must be to get resources in there, must be to change policies and practices. So that's the short answer. And we have resources in our SCED that is really useful for that, including all the digital equity, plans and resources you can find for every state and territory. And we invite y'all to help build that out, but they're there for you. Thanks.
All right, so I'm starting to see people filtering in and out, so I'm going to bring it to a wrap here. We're all at the conference for the next several days. Our contact information is in SCED. Sean mentioned we have all our resources listed there as well. So I want to thank everybody for joining us, and hopefully you can start using some of these tactics in your own communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Vicki.
Oh, no.
have been trying to duplicate it in Dallas.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that will be the cool one to call like, wait, Fred, it's the hard one.
Oh, okay.
You sign your, you can do this or you can do this, but this is dated.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to be by the sign?
Okay.
Okay, I'm always in the
You want to come in? You want to come in here, or do you want to? I don't see why not.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much for all of your hard work. Special compliment for all of your hard work. You did such a wonderful job.
Great preparation.
Yeah, Rachel is on a jury. So you know how like you give people jury duty, you always think, oh yeah, you probably are going to get you know, we got this. And there's only 4 of us. So we're down. All data. You know, you gotta do your research, you gotta do your research. So yeah, you're bad like you're gonna go for this one.
Oh, there he is, right there.
Yeah, I'll go say hi.
Yeah.
Hello. How are things in the city?
We're doing all right in the city. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, you and I are probably some of the longest term colleagues in this space.
I know. I was gonna say, yeah.
I looked up. We got into this. This probably predates your involvement when the Issaquah School District did their TIP project in 1991.
Oh wow!
They had high school kids train the teachers in technology.
I remember that
You remember
project.
that?
Yeah.
That's what brought us into this space.
Where was I then? I was just arriving in Seattle.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I spent a year, a little more in Tasmania before I was in Seattle. Yeah, so, but then had, yeah, so up in Seattle, just as that was going on. I had worked in other kind of community media and stuff too in the schools. Actually, my first job was with Seattle, Seattle Public Schools during their video conferencing. And, we were teaching classes. We were teaching ESL over satellite cable.
Don't you back then? We had a contract to provide computers to the district.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, back in the mid to late 90s.
Wow.
So, were you there at the school then?
Let's see, I left in 95.
Okay, that could have been.
Yeah.
That was right over there.
Yeah.
Hey, so
are you in DC then?
Yeah, we're still in DC, yeah. We got contracts with the government there and other things. But, you know, we closed the office in Seattle in 2016. We were in Red Hat.
Yeah.
White Center.
Oh, White Center, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Anyway, we were thinking of getting back in. You know, trying to get the school-based refurbishing going that we used to do. Like, do you think there's space for that now, or what are your thoughts on it? So the idea is we get donated computers from Western Washington and we bring them out to the schools.
Yeah.
And the students who do the refurbishing as part of the technology.
I think
there is definitely districts that would do that. It's sort of like how do you find the right district?
Well, we've been with people that a lot of us we're still in contact with. They were looking at other
And they're working a lot with the close from OSPI, the public instruction.
Really?
Office, policy and stuff. So
did you like the stuff? Or?
Yeah.
So would you bring me into those conversations? Because we worked with Jerry Ferguson program back in the days. I'd love to get in these conversations. We had 110 schools involved back in WBL or Wildcat? Yeah, Wildcat, Really? Yeah, but on 112th Street? Yeah, that's for the city of Seattle. We were our national. That's our office.
She said we could just push the table back. Okay. So if you want to, maybe we'll set the chairs down there and just slide this all the way back.
Is this our AV's mics? Wait, are they wired or no wired?
Yeah, in the middle.
It's one of those tables. That's right.
Yeah, little.
That should be enough.
Bring on this side.
Everton, at 1 o'clock this goes back.
1 o'clock? Okay.
Never know. For Pittsburgh. It's easier than that.
Safe and shared. Meeting on Thursday, Thursday we're going to see soccer.
Okay.
Thursday we're going to see Thank you.
Huh?
We'll usually get 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you so much for everything. Every time you have a man.
Huh?
Every time you have a man.
Use it, man.
Don't tell Fitzroy.
Huh?
Don't tell Fitzroy, he'll get jealous. Do you have water back there? Water?
You'll be up here, right? You'll be up here? No, it goes around. No, let's do it. Just circles. So we can't go in.
Hello? Okay. I didn't think the microphone was on. Okay. Welcome back. Hello, everyone. Hello. How were the sessions? Did you all enjoy your first sessions? They looked amazing. To feel the energy in the rooms were incredible. So I'm going to ask everyone continue to eat, but I'm going to ask everyone to pause their talking because we're going to start our program right now. So welcome back. We are so thrilled. Shh. Okay. We are beyond thrilled to have the Federal Communications Commission Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel join us for a fireside chat about what we can expect from the FCC in 2024. Please join me in welcoming the Chairwoman. Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel believes that the future belongs to the connected. She works to promote greater opportunity, accessibility, and affordability in our communication services in order to ensure that all Americans get a fair shot at 21st century success. The Chairwoman is responsible for developing policies to help extend the reach of broadband to schools, libraries, hospitals, and households across the country. Named as one of Politico's 50 Politicos to watch, the Chairwoman brings over 2 decades of communications policy experience and public service to the FCC. Please welcome Angela Siefer, NDIA's Policy Director, and Please welcome Angela Siefer, NDIA's Executive Director, and FCC Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel. Thank you so much for being here.
Big thanks to Elizabeth for continuing to MC this again and again for us, so appreciative. So this is a really exciting time to have the FCC Chairwoman here with us at Net Inclusion on the largest Net Inclusion ever, the largest digital equity event. I kind of suspect it might be the largest digital equity event in the world, even. Like, somebody should ask Tomas, the AI guy, that question. But when we first started NDIA about 9 years ago, we did so because the FCC was about to modernize Lifeline. And Lifeline at the time was the phone subsidy, and the FCC was discussing they were going to add broadband to it. And there were those of us who'd been in this field. We didn't call it what we call it now. We didn't call it digital equity or digital inclusion. It was more in the realm of, we called it community technology. And we were discussing how, like, the folks at the FCC probably don't even know we exist, right? That we understand the necessity of broadband for low-income households. Maybe we should tell them. And so that's led us down this path of what we all do today. So it was really meaningful to have Chairwoman Rosenworcel here with us to talk about what the FCC is doing today and, you know, what's happening. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me here. Look at this room. Look at how many people are here in the snow, committed to digital inclusion and digital equity. I mean, really, it's just a testament to how important this issue is. And it's your work that's helped put it on the national policy table.
Thank you.
And you were doing it before it was trendy, but this issue is so important in Washington, it's so important nationally, and you're all on the front lines, and I'm just grateful for the work you have been doing and the work you're going to continue doing.
Thank you. So let's start with the big elephant in the room, right? This is a group of people that cares about the Affordable Connectivity Program. If we like tried a moment of silence or something, they'd probably riot, right? You would, wouldn't you? So let's just address it, how hard this has been for everybody, and get what's your state of things, what's happening right now, and if we do lose ACP, which is where we're headed right now, can we get it back?
All right, you started at the easy one, didn't you? Let me just roll back and put the Affordable Connectivity Program in context.
Okay.
The pandemic exposed a lot of vulnerabilities in this country, and I think chief among them is the scope of our digital divide. And as horrifying as it was to see people who couldn't get connected, couldn't go to school, couldn't keep up with their friends, family, or their health care, it was ultimately gratifying to realize that in Washington, elected representatives took notice.
They did.
And really decided that we were going to attack the digital divide like never before. And there are 3 different types of policies that came out of that period. The first is a deployment commitment. And you see that in programs at the Department of Commerce and elsewhere to help make sure we have infrastructure, often in rural areas where we no longer really have the infrastructure to support broadband, and we got to do something about it. That includes urban areas too, though. And then in addition, we've had an effort to say we got to make sure the carriers don't discriminate when they deploy broadband, and that's a big policy we run at the FCC. But the other big policy is the Affordable Connectivity Program. It's the largest broadband affordability program in our nation's history, so it's a big deal. And we've got 23 million households that rely on it to get online and stay online, and everyone here knows it's not a luxury. You need it for work, you need it for healthcare, you need it for education, you really need it to participate in modern life. That's why you all do what you do. Now, Congress gave us a lot of money for this program, but it wasn't an infinite amount of funding. And by our calculus, funds for the Affordable Connectivity Program will run out in April. So we have asked Congress for more. The White House has put it in the budget. We have come too far. We've got 23 million households that rely on this. We don't want to go back.
We can't
afford to. Really. So what we are doing right now is twofold. We kind of have to contain these multitudes, right? We have to simultaneously organize to make sure that this program continues and gets funded.
This is the organizing right here.
And we also have to plan in an orderly way to manage it if it ceases to be. And to that end, last week we stopped accepting new enrollees because we really want to make sure that we can take care of those who've committed to this program, understand who's dependent on it, and do a good job of managing them if these are our end days. But look, I'm an optimist, and the size of this room and the commitment you've made, I just think we're going to be relentless and keep this going. And I'm not stopping, and I don't want you to either.
And we're not stopping either, yeah?
There you go.
Thank you. If we do need, if it does stop, and maybe we end up getting it back again later, but if that happens, there is Lifeline. So some of the folks in this room are really familiar with Lifeline and some are not. So Chairwoman, can you do just a this is what Lifeline is kind of thing real quick, just to make sure we're all on the same page?
Okay. So before I asked you to roll back to before the pandemic, now we're going to roll back to 1984. Like when most, if you wanted a phone, there was like a cord you put in the wall. I mean, I have to explain to the young people in my office how to uncurl that cord, right?
Hold it upside down.
There you go. There you go. 1984, President Reagan was in office, and the FCC created Lifeline, which was the first program to say that if you want to function in the modern world, you're going to have phone service.
Right.
And that program still exists today. It has been a powerful tool for helping low-income households get basic phone service for a long time. Right. Now it's evolved so that it can also help support some broadband service, but it's far more limited than the Affordable Connectivity Program. And because it was first designed in 1984, it wasn't really built for the moment we're in. If you think about it, back then, the phone was the most necessary thing. Today, probably broadband is the most necessary thing. Now, the challenge we face is that these programs don't slide from one to the other all that simply. The law that created Lifeline is more narrow than the law that created ACP. And so if we find ourselves in April without additional funding for ACP, it's not an easy thing to slide the community that relies on ACP over to Lifeline. One of the realities we face is that more than 60% of the households that rely on ACP today get it from a carrier that is not eligible to provide Lifeline.
So it's not the same carriers that are participating in both programs.
Yeah, so that is a really significant challenge. Another challenge is the funding system for it is different. ACP relies on appropriations. Lifeline relies on the Universal Service Fund. And to take ACP, which has been so successful with its 23 million households, and move it into the Universal Service Fund would lead to a really substantial increase on everyone's bills in this country for at least phone service, possibly broadband, and that's not sustainable either.
Right.
So what we need, two things. A short-term movement to make sure ACP gets funded, we continue, and a long-term effort to talk about the sustainability of these programs because digital equity depends on it.
Which we have a session on here at Net Inclusion to talk about that long-term
I swear you didn't tell me that. But all in.
I don't think I did. Apologies for
all
that.
in.
Oh, we're switching up mics.
We're going to switch up mics.
Alrighty.
Here you go.
Thank you so much. Okay, is that much better? Do we have to repeat everything we already said? So here's an idea. If you're in the back, move to these empty seats in the front. If you have an empty seat up front, raise your hand if there's a seat near you. Look at that, all those empty seats. Okay, friends, if you're standing in the back, come sit down. Okay, so this community has been working on ACP, digital discrimination, all of those things. What are the best ways for them to partner with the commission on all the issues that they care about?
Well, let me tell you a little bit what we've learned about when we've set up the Affordable Connectivity Program. I mean, I run an agency in Washington that oversees communications. Most of our days are spent trying to figure out, will there be interference between two different spectrum bands? How do I make sure your garage door doesn't get in the way of your microwave? I know you're laughing, it's true. You can thank us later. We spend a lot of time trying to figure out how we can keep broadcasting and radio in all of our markets, how we can make sure broadband gets built, how the satellites in our skies deliver new services. And so here Congress tells us, go build this big program to help with broadband affordability and reach out to the households that might need it. Yeah, that's not really our strength. But the team at the FCC absolutely rallied. We've held more than 1,000 events. We've gone around the country to talk about this in small cities and big towns with mayors, with all kinds of people who care deeply about getting their community connected. But the one thing that became clear to me when we did that is that as charming as we are in the federal government, local individuals who are trusted in their community really matter.
Hey, that's you guys.
We don't get the word out effectively if they just hear from us.
Right.
We get the word out effectively when there is an organization or an institution in their own backyard that is telling them about a program like ACP and the value of being connected. We can't replicate that trust. Mm-hmm. You have that trust. We have to tap into it. Right. Which is why for the first time ever, the FCC did something on a bipartisan basis. We created outreach grants to make sure that you could go street by street, household by household, school by school, and tell people about this program and help get them connected. And when I look back, what an extraordinary learning it was for us at the FCC. Because if we really want to solve the digital divide, we're not going to do it sitting in our offices in Washington. We're going to have to deepen our ties to people who have trust in local communities. And so we have already built that. And again, this is something else we're not going back. It has to be a feature of all of our digital equity programs and efforts going forward.
Can I tell you how meaningful it is for me to hear you say that? When we first went into those meetings at the FCC talking about Lifeline, that's what we were saying. 9 years ago, we were saying, if you're going to modernize Lifeline, you're going to need to learn from the expertise and the reality of digital inclusion programs that are on the ground in their communities. And now we've progressed to a point where NDIA has a relationship with the FCC such that we can say, we saw this FAQ on USAC's website, and we think it needs tweaked a bit. Abby, where's Abby? Where's Abby? There's Abby. So I have told this story to the chairwoman, and I'd like to tell it to you all. Abby saw language, and it came up in a working group, in the Digital Navigators working group, and they're all like, we think this is a little misleading for folks. Can this be fixed? And Abby was like, let's see if we can fix it. And so she goes to Sion. Where's Sion? There's Sion in the back. So Sion is accustomed to working with the FCC. She's a known figure over there. But Abby wasn't. So Abby talks to Sion. Sion then talks to folks at the FCC. They talk to folks at the USAC. The FAQ gets fixed. It gets improved to be more understandable by regular folks. So like that's what NDIA does, and that's what you all do in partnership with the FCC.
Yeah. I mean, you did say you started this 9 years ago, so we're a little slow to learn. But we got there, which is that we have to understand our effectiveness requires a partnership. And with my own team at the FCC, I said, okay, we're building what's going to be the biggest broadband affordability effort in our nation's history. If we don't get it right, 60 days after we start it, it's okay to decide to be iterative. Let's see what we can learn from people who are on the ground, with a little shoe leather, talking to people about this. And if we find things that are wrong, let's be open to fixing them. And I think that was a real shift in our sensibility here, but it has really created this culture of partnership where we feel like, you tell us what you're learning. Is this inconsistent? Is our translation going to be a problem for certain communities? Right. Is there something here that could be simplified so that when you explain it to people, you're more likely to get them to sign up? And all of those learnings have been valuable, and just creating a culture of understanding that your insights can improve this program. It's different than what came before. And again, it's one of those things I want to make sure we continue going forward.
Awesome. So as we all keep fighting for either continuation of ACP, or if we don't have that, something that's probably called something else that is a broadband subsidy, that we will, what we have built is that relationship, and that's not going away. And I really love how you're framing that we're not going to lose that, and we're not going to lose this idea that we have to help people with the cost of their broadband service. That has become so crystal clear, and the movement to save it is so strong that we're not going to stop if we lose ACP. We're going to keep fighting to have a broadband subsidy.
Absolutely. And we were talking beforehand, we just did a survey with an organization that's related to the FCC called the Universal Service Administrative Company. But it's about how ACP is being used. And when we tell these stories about the power of this program, some of that data is really valuable for NDIA and everyone here. We learned that 81% of the households with parents with kids in school who are on ACP are concerned about the loss of it and how it will affect their kids' education. We learned that 75% of the households, I believe, have used it at some point for telemedicine appointments. These are really extraordinary numbers that demonstrate with incredible clarity just how important it is to stay connected in modern life, and really how dangerous it is to threaten those households with disconnection.
Absolutely, thank you. We're going to do a couple questions from the audience. I think Aaron has a mic over here, yeah? David Keys, one of the, I don't know, is it appropriate to say parents of the Digital Equity Act? Is that? Okay, David, let's hear it. What you got?
Great. Commissioner, thanks so much for being here, and kudos to the Commission and all the staff for ramping up for ACP and all that you've been doing. So just a shout out first on all that. Just kind of a two-part question. So given what's happening with ACP, the outreach grants, universal service, and then the upcoming broadband nutrition labels also, I was interested in kind of hearing from you then, you've talked about this a little bit, about what do you see as the path forward towards the sustainable digital equity programming and these partnerships with folks like this in the room and the outreach grants? So, I mean, we're about to suffer a bit from the stopping of the outreach grants, for instance, because we lose trust in community, we lose that capacity that's been built. So what do you see as kind of that path forward? Is there an opportunity for sustainable funds through Spectrum? And how can we also support you on that path forward?
All right, that's a lot. Let me start with, I wouldn't have scripted it this way if I had the magic wand and the pen. But I think we have to divide our efforts going forward into two buckets. The first is in the very short term, continuing to tell the story of how effective this program has been. We have bipartisan legislation in both the Senate and the House to support the extension and continued funding of this program. In a world where bipartisan legislation is hard to come by, I think that's a really substantial statement about the power of what we've created. So I just urge you to get involved and pay attention, because, look, I'm an impatient optimist, and I believe we just got to be a little relentless and keep talking about the good this program does, because we can't go back now. And in the short term, in that first bucket, focus on getting additional funding. And then I think the second bucket is really talking about the long term, because we have to make a long-term commitment to digital equity, not just occasional grants and discrete outreach efforts. We've got to say that this is part of our nation's digital agenda in the 21st century. Every household connected, everyone, everywhere, including those households and communities that have historically been underserved and overlooked. And if we do that, we're going to have a conversation about updating some elements of the Communications Act, rethinking what universal service means. But to me, that's not the immediate conversation we need to have. The immediate one is about getting funding right now so that the good this program has established can continue, and that we don't have the kind of interruption that Angela was referencing. We just come too far to go back now.
Thank you. Aaron, do we have one more question? Where is it at? Okay, do you have a mic with you?
Good afternoon. My name is Frances Goley, and I'm representing the Shoshone-Bannock tribes from southeastern Idaho. And I'm honored to have this time with you. I'm honored to ask the questions on behalf of tribal nations all over the U.S. So, indigenous digital sovereignty is both the information and the physical means by which that information transfers, governed by communities, policies, and codes that control the data infrastructure and network. All tribal nations are fighting to uphold their sovereignty. As we continue this important work, external ISPs are building through tribal lands without permission from tribal nations. Many tribes are advocating for better consultation with the mapping process and gaining priority with spectrum priority windows. We need the FCC to do a better at advocating and putting tribal nations first in an effort to uphold our tribal sovereignty. So my question is, how is the FCC working to better acknowledge and uphold tribal sovereignty of the tribal nations? Thank you.
Well, let's start from this proposition. I want to thank you for your question. And I firmly believe that the first people on this land can't be the last people to get connected. And yet, if you look around the country in a lot of tribal communities, they lack the infrastructure that is necessary for success in the digital age. So at the FCC, I think we have to approach this as a matter of government-to-government relations to honor the federal trust relationship we have. We do that typically with our Native Nations Task Force, which is the vehicle for providing a lot of input about tribal policy to the agency. We also have an enrolled tribal member who runs our Office of Native Affairs and Policy. But getting down to some specifics. One thing we do with the Affordable Connectivity Program is we make sure that it is available at $75 on tribal lands. It's $30, as many of you might know, elsewhere. But we actually have a much more substantial subsidy for anyone who resides on tribal lands. With respect to spectrum, we've also started to do the kind of windows you just described, and in the 2.5 gigahertz band, we have now hundreds of tribes that have direct access to spectrum because we create a window for them to get access before we even hold an auction. And by the way, a lot of those tribes are doing really creative things with that spectrum. Some are teaming up with carriers, others are self-provisioning. Some of the most interesting work has been done by the Havasu tribe, which is really at the basin of, in Arizona in the Grand Canyon, and connecting schools and kids using those airwaves in a really creative way. So I hope the stories that get told about spectrum auctions and the windows and the opportunities we've created for tribes include the stories of what they've actually been doing with it, because it's really neat to see. And then finally, going forward, we are always willing to engage with any tribal nations on mapping issues. This is one of those things where Congress asked us to map where broadband is and is not all across the country. We took 200 different data sources to try to build a map of every single household in the United States. And we continue to go back to states, localities, and tribes and say, did we get it right? Did we get it right? Because the odds are you know what's going on in your own backyard better than we do. And I just want to make clear that that kind of engagement is available all the time, and we'd be happy to walk through our mapping tools for any tribal leadership or any tribal community, because I think it's really, really important to make sure that your input is reflected in our national data about the state of broadband all across the United States.
It's been amazing having you here with us. We're really thrilled. Sometimes when NDIA submits comments, we don't always get what we want, but I feel like we have a respectful relationship now, and so that progress, the fact that we're there, is really, really meaningful, and that the staff at the FCC, we can have these kinds of conversations. So it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the folks here that you are here with us and that you see them. So thank you.
Thank you to everyone in this room for what you do. You have changed the fight to close the digital divide with the work you do every day. And I think what you said, Angela, is so important. We have to develop a permanent relationship. We're not going to do it in Washington by ourselves. And I know going forward, we're going to continue to fight for the Affordable Connectivity Program together, because I think we share a commitment to making sure it succeeds and that we connect everyone everywhere in this country.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Mic assistance? Okay, great. Thank you again to Angela and Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel for that great discussion. Ooh, getting feedback. Okay. Can everyone join me in giving them another round of applause? Thank you so much. So we just have a few more items over our lunch today. After the plenary, so after we're done in this room, we'll be heading to community site tours, digital inclusion workshops, and or the community exhibition. We want to give a special thanks to the amazing local planning team here in Philly and all the organizations hosting tours today. They are Philly CAM, Dornsife Center at Drexel University, Philly Community Wireless, the Free Library of Philadelphia, and at Temple University, Owl Tech Computer Recycling, Tech Owl, Charles Library, the Digital Equity Center, and PCs for People. Thank you all, and we're really excited for those of you who signed up for a community site tour on SCED and you have a bus sticker on your badge. You have to have both of those things. You will get to meet and learn more about these amazing local organizations. Please, another reminder, if you want to have dinner tonight with some interesting people, meet some new people, don't forget to stop by the registration desk. It's on your left to sign up for the dine-arounds. They will happen today after the conference ends. And there's also a net inclusion ice rink, which I think sounds amazing. Show up at Dilworth Park at 7:30 p.m. with your badge and skate with new friends and old friends. Next up, we have Paulo Balboa, NDIA's Senior Programs Manager, who will talk more about how local organizations and governments should prepare for upcoming grant opportunities through the Digital Equity Act.
Good afternoon. How's everyone? Woo! Did I miss Gritty? Did Gritty already come? Can someone get Gritty to come back? I wanted a selfie. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about how folks should prepare for digital equity grants as we move from the state planning processes into actual grant making. But before we get into that, I'm just curious. This is the huge conference. For how many people is this your first net inclusion conference? Raise your hand. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Welcome. Welcome to net inclusion. Let me figure out how to move the slides. I was on a panel this morning, and the icebreaker question was my coworker Pamela asking each of the panelists, when was your first net inclusion and where? And I felt like an old timer. My first net inclusion was in 2018 in Cleveland, and there were only a few hundred people there, but the content remains super spiriting and super encouraging. So for you who raised your hand, if this is your first net inclusion conference, I hope that you find your people and your community, because that's how I felt back in Cleveland in 2018. All right, does this work? Okay, we can go back. So for folks who don't know, NDIA's work is steeped in ground-up innovation and community-oriented solutions. That spirit is very much alive in the programs that we develop and the policies that we cement at all levels of government. So I'm here today to talk about preparing for digital equity grants, but I want to do some table setting real quick. If you've been with us long enough, then you've definitely seen this slide before, but it's worth repeating because now I want to emphasize, again, we're moving from the state planning grants phase into the capacity grant phase, so listen up. In 2021, the federal government made the biggest ever investment in digital equity in the form of $2.75 billion with a B dollars in the Digital Equity Act. Woo! And later this year, 2 grant programs will open up. First is the capacity grant from states, which is going to be $1.44 billion. And the second is the competitive grant, in which folks will apply directly to NTIA for $1.25 billion. So how did we get here? Over the past year and a half, states and territories have been going through a rigorous planning process to write their digital equity plans. They've taken a page out of NDIA's book to learn from their communities and to create plans that address digital inequities in order to build strong digital inclusion ecosystems. The next step for the Digital Equity Act is moving beyond the state and territory level. They'll soon be making grants. So, audience participation again. Raise your hand if you're here with a local or regional government. Okay, keep your hand raised. Raise your hand if you're with a community anchor institution like a school, university, or library. Cool. Raise your hand if you're with a community-based organization. Most people in this room. And then finally, raise your hand if you address the digital equity needs of folks in your community at a local level. Most of this room. So, everyone who raised your hand, you will more than likely be eligible to apply for grants, for the capacity and competitive grants. When? We don't know yet, but hopefully very, very soon when the NOFOs come out. So, I wish I had more information. I was kind of hoping that it would have dropped today and I could present that, but we don't know yet. So full disclosure, but keep an eye out for the notice of funding opportunities, the NOFOs. Then you'll be able to apply for grants, for funding to create programs in the form of capacity grant from states and competitive grants directly from NDIA. For capacity grants, each state or territory will receive a specific amount of money to implement their digital equity plans. The competitive grants from NDIA will likely be similar to other federal grants in how they're administered, but more to come on that a little bit later. While you're preparing for two very different processes, there are some common things that you can do now to prepare for both of them. So here's what you need to know. 1, be data informed. Your state or territory has already done the legwork of gathering data to figure out barriers to digital equity, and it's identified organizations and programs and an asset inventory for you to reference in your proposals. 2, use your state or territory's digital equity plan to inform your project proposal. The plans include elements that will be key for you to reference, including specific covered populations and implementation strategies. 3, build partnerships and define everyone's role clearly so that they can see how they fit into the overall plan or project. And 4, create measurable and sustainable goals. Make sure that you have clear outcomes to point to when you share out the successes from your programs. This is important in the short term for evaluation, but also we're thinking in the long term for sustainability of the digital inclusion ecosystem. So I just want to take like 5 to 7 minutes more and dig into each of these elements a little bit more deeply. First, I mentioned that your state or territory has already gotten a head start on data collection. They've done this through the planning process this past year when they identified barriers to digital equity for priority populations through a needs assessment, and they developed that asset inventory, which identifies organizations like yours, all of you who raised your hands, who are doing the digital inclusion work. But I want to dig into one of those data collection elements a little bit more. That's asset mapping. We love asset mapping at NDIA. We love it so much. Someone's nodding their head. So we're moving from the planning phase into implementation. The time for action is now. It's up to you to connect with partner organizations locally and start learning about existing programs. Your state's asset inventory is a great place to start, but we, NDIA, are going to recommend that you do asset mapping and that you do a needs assessment locally so that you can get a more granular assessment of what the digital equity ecosystem looks like. So go a little bit deeper. If you need help finding partners, or if you've never heard of asset mapping until now and you're like, what is this thing? Why is this guy talking to me? Well, shameless plug for NDIA. We developed an asset mapping toolkit. It contains a survey template. It contains a spreadsheet template. It's free on our website. I encourage you to go and check it out. Me and Aaron co-wrote it, so you're just going to see more of my writing on the page. Extra plug for that. And also, of course, our website hosts our affiliate page, where you can, which includes a searchable directory where you can find partners locally. Second, as we move from the planning phase into the grant-making phase of the Digital Equity Act, use your state or territory's plan as a guiding document, but don't be afraid to color outside of the lines when deciding your proposal. The programs that you deliver should reflect the specific gaps and assets of your community while still being informed by your state's plan. So as you read through your state or territory's plan, think about how the unique needs and characteristics of your community should be reflected in your project. Remember that you, more than likely, will have some local knowledge that the state probably missed in its initial survey. There are things that we know about our community just by existing in it, just by talking with our neighbors and learning about their daily lives. So remember that and use that knowledge to your advantage. States and territories have also laid out implementation strategies in their plans. Your organizations and the projects that you develop will be the vehicle for that. So make sure that your proposals not only reference, but also deliver on what's described in the plan. But we can't do this work alone, as I'm sure folks in this room are acutely aware, especially people who have been doing this work for some time. So what is going to be the key to success? Partnerships. We're NDIA. We love partners. We like partners so much that we get 1,300 or so in a room once a year and get you all to talk to each other, right? That's what we do best, so we're gonna espouse the value of partnerships as much as we can. I don't doubt that you already have a decent idea of who does what and what programs already exist in your hometown. But what about organizations that have never heard of the phrase digital equity? Was that you 2 or 3 years ago, right? Considering how quickly this community has grown in the past few years, the digital equity tent still has a lot of room to grow, and that means more partners, more people at the table. As you gather partners, you'll want to think through how you can highlight the strengths from each partner organization, which is going to be key to getting buy-in. For instance, ask yourself questions like, who has the space to host regular meetings? Who has direct service programs? Shining a light on these partner assets early on and giving a clear direction will help you develop strong strategies in the short term, but also give your programs a shot at long-term sustainability. So think of places like the faith-based institution in your neighborhood that also does computer classes, the teen center that helps parents sign up for benefits. Consider partnering with community anchor institutions like your schools, your universities, and your libraries, which, along with having a broad network, might also have data sets that provide additional insight into digital equity needs. And I had to name drop libraries because for folks who know me, I come from the library world, so shout out libraries. Work with your libraries if you aren't already. They're valuable resources, and I would say that libraries might be an example of an organization that are like, they're doing the digital equity work, but they've just never heard of the phrase, so there may be some education involved. But pull them in early, as early as possible. As you work with partners, keep your eye on a few things. Barriers, who's already doing what programs already exist, and what the state has described in its plan, and your project scope should come into clearer focus. For instance, is there a certain population that faces significant barriers to digital literacy? Or is there a certain neighborhood where adoption rates are significantly lower despite having access? Build on your ecosystem strengths, and don't reinvent the wheel if you don't have to. You're going to hear that phrase a lot over the next few days. So as I mentioned before, defining clear roles and responsibilities for folks you're working with helps create buy-in. So some more questions to keep in mind, like who can host? Who sets the agenda? Who has the administrative capacity to oversee the project? Also, who's bringing snacks? What snacks will be present? Should I bring Kit Kats? Should I bring Werther's Originals? Is this a hard candy crowd, right? These are important questions to consider. Speaking of food, for Philly folks, if there's anywhere that I should get Scrapple that I should check out, I heard a groan. Is that bad? No. Or pork rolls or Taylor ham, unless that's a Jersey thing. Anyway. At NDIA, we've seen this over and over again, that engaging your partners and giving them clear direction helps to get people to keep showing up. So instead of a monthly meeting where you kind of, sort of don't know what just happened, each organization sees their critical role in the overall project. And fourth, make sure that your strategies have a plan to collect data and that your impact is measurable. Whether that's 300 devices distributed over several months, or 1,000 recorded digital navigator interactions, or 3,000 repeated recorded digital navigator interactions, or even longer term outcomes like X number of jobs found as a result of your program. These are things to keep in mind. Being able to measure your success is important to understanding the impact you're having, and it's also important to improving service delivery in real time. These are all great things, of course, and it just so happens that the NDIA and or your state or territory will want to see these things listed when they assess your project. So it's killing two birds with one stone. Looking into the future, these same measures are also exciting to potential new partners and funders of your work beyond the capacity and competitive grants. The time to be thinking about measuring success is not when you're finishing the work and sending in your final report. It's right now. It's right now before the work actually begins and you're imagining your projects. So at this point, your plan should be in good shape, but I wanted to wrap up with a few more practical tips, especially around applying for federal grants. This is your reminder that the capacity and competitive grants are an enormous undertaking. You're going to hear that from us a lot. So they're big, they're important, but they're going to be enormous undertaking. So keep that in mind. There will be a lot of moving parts, especially outside of the direct project delivery. So some administrative things to prep for. Start gathering and organizing your 424 forms, which are standard for all federal grants, before the NOFO comes out. You can find a list of these forms on grants.gov, and it includes documents such as a work plan, a budget, and other things, so you can start collecting those documents now before you begin the fun part of planning out the specifics of your project. Unless your idea of fun is collecting work plans and budgets, in which case, more power to you. That's pretty awesome. Extra pro tip, and folks who are familiar with federal grants already know this, get your unique entry ID from sam.gov. And just a note, sub-awardees will also be responsible for setting up unique entry IDs as well, just in case your proposal involves sub-grantees. Finally, no matter if you're here representing a small nonprofit or if you're a member of a larger city or regional government, start telling your colleagues about the capacity and competitive grants. If you're at this conference, then you more than likely are going to be on the team, or you're going to be the person in your workplace who is interacting with ongoing and future digital equity projects. So do yourself a favor and tell your colleagues about this so that they'll know what's going on if you go missing for a few days writing evaluations or attending cool conferences with 1,300 or so of your new friends in Philadelphia. At the administrative level, get board approval. And if you're with local government, this might look a little bit different, but spiritually pretty similar. So something like a council resolution, budget approval, or something else. The more people that you tell, the more everyone will start to think that you're very important and that you're super well connected, because the truth is you actually are, right? This work is super important, and we are very well connected at our conference. We're all in this together. So, wrapping up, I know that that's a lot of information, but the good news is that for the next few days, you're with 1,300 or so of the top minds around digital equity that you can listen to, learn from, and connect with. You also have Team NDIA. We're all wearing the same pretty cool teal shirt today, so come find us, ask us questions, pick our brains. We're always happy to meet new people and bring new faces into the community. For my part, I might go missing a little bit because I will be tracking Gritty down and getting my selfie, no matter what. That's going to happen. But what should you do now? Make friends and meet people here at the conference. I hope that you find your people and your community like I did in Cleveland in 2018. But also, read up and study on your state or territory's digital equity plan. Start finding partners and learning about programs locally. And start telling your coworkers, your colleagues, your board, your community about the next big step that we'll be taking to close the digital divide together. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo. I love a practical and entertaining speech, so that was fabulous. And as someone who has submitted many federal grant applications, I will also say, do not wait until the last day to submit it, because the website will go down. So good luck to all of you. Right now we have a video from Senator Ben Ray Lujan. Senator Ben Ray Lujan, representing New Mexico, uses his deep roots and bipartisan work to advocate for his state's unique needs. Growing up in a rural farming community, he champions rural communities and traditional lands. Serving on key committees, he continues to be one of the biggest and fiercest advocates for the ACP and for digital equity. Let's check out his message to us.
Hello everyone, Senator Ben Ray Lujan here. Thank you to Angela Siefer and the National Digital Inclusion Alliance for hosting this conference on digital inclusion and working to get our communities connected. Our lives are more online than ever before, from education to telehealth. Access to high-speed internet is a necessity. The digital divide impacts Americans in every corner of our country, especially in places like my home state of New Mexico. That's why I met and partnered with leaders, including the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, to fight for 100% connectivity. In the Senate, I proudly introduced the Digital Equity Foundation Act to channel long-term public and private investments to close the digital divide and achieve digital equity, inclusion, and digital literacy. As chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Communications, Media, and Broadband, I'm focused on implementing the historic investments in broadband at NDIA and the FCC and looking toward the future. This means leading with inclusivity, ensuring that the internet is affordable to all, reaching our rural communities and connecting tribal and Pueblo nations. The bipartisan infrastructure law made historic investments in broadband and the Affordable Connectivity Program. The ACP has removed financial barriers for many families, making high-speed internet more affordable and attainable. To continue to serve millions of families across the country, Congress must provide substantial investment and support from both sides for this key program. And unless Congress takes action, as many as 22 million households across America will lose their connection to the digital world. I'm talking about potential life-saving access to medical professionals, emergency response teams, and local guidance during natural disasters and help to our first responders. That's why I'm working with my colleagues across the aisle through a bipartisan working group dedicated to the Universal Service Fund and broadband access to push for additional funding and modernizing the ACP and programs like the USF to ensure that everyone can access broadband. Now, broadband access represents a considerable opportunity for education, economic development, and improving the livelihood of working families. I won't stop until every community reaches 100% connectivity. So thank you again for the opportunity to share a few words with you and for the work everyone in this room does every day to get our communities connected. I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference.
I loved it. Thank you so much. I know you're not here, but thank you, Senator Lujan. So a few thank yous before we all head out to our afternoon. I want to thank my fellow National Digital Inclusion Alliance board members. For those of you who aren't familiar, every nonprofit organization in the United States must have a board of directors. And we work very closely with the executive director to set the strategy. We have fiduciary responsibilities for the organization, and we help to acquire resources for the organization as well. And so I'm going to ask my fellow board members to please stand up. We have Leon Wilson of the Cleveland Foundation. Where's Leon? I can't see you. Representing Cleveland. We have Luke Swarthout from Innovate EDU. Rebecca F. Kauma, the Director of Digital Equity for the County of Los Angeles. Laura Breeden, who is the founding board member and a true hero and queen and inspiration. Laura, where I don't know, I can't see, the lights are bright, but we love you, Laura. Adi Tomer from the Brookings Institution, Parisa Fatehi from Indeed, and Mikhail Sundest from the Digital Connect Initiative of the Gila River Indian Community. We also recently added 2 board members. Most of you know these incredible people. Juan Murrow Jr. of Free Geek and Bruce Clark of the Center for Digital Equity at Queen's University of Charlotte. Everyone, please join me in giving a hand to this fabulous group of people. Board members are volunteers, and it is truly, I will speak for our board, that it is truly a pleasure and an honor to be able to volunteer for this incredible organization. We are all wearing red board member ribbons, so please come say hi to us. Some of us have actually been on the board since NDIA was founded, or since we got our 501c3. So if you could please raise your hand if you are a founding board member. Laura, there's a few of us, so thank you so much to all of you. We're so grateful for the 2024 local planning team. Please stand up and wave if you're one of the Philadelphia local planning team members. Can't see you. Woo! Thank you, thank you. We also have a national planning team. For over a year, they've worked along the NDIA staff to bring you yet another amazing net inclusion conference, and as we've said multiple times, the largest we've ever had, and I'm going to claim it, the largest digital equity gathering in the world. So please join me in thanking the national planning team. Because of their hard work, you'll get to experience the unique efforts that Philadelphia is doing in the field of digital inclusion. Thank you, national planning team. And locally, thanks to the City of Philadelphia for hosting us here, and the Digital Literacy Alliance for leading the local movement and helping us host Net Inclusion. Thanks also to PhillyCam for live streaming this conference. Community Access Media are important digital inclusion partners, and we're so thankful that they're part of this movement and this conference. Just a few more reminders: make a donation of $50. You can get a t-shirt. Go sign up for Birds of a Feather. Go sign up for Dine-Arounds. Ice skating tonight at Rothman, the ice rink at Dilworth Park, 7:30 p.m. Site tours are happening right after this. You have to have an in-sched and a bus sticker. The site tours will be loading in on 12th Street outside of the hotel. The buses begin loading at 1:15, and at 1:30 they're out of here, so make sure you're on that bus. So we're now going to our last segment of the day. You'll either be going to the site tour, a session, the community exhibition. Have a fabulous, fabulous afternoon. I know you're going to love it, especially the folks for whom this is your first Net Inclusion. It's going to be a great time. We will see you all together. We will all be back here tomorrow morning for breakfast starting at 8 and our programming here at 9. And thanks for being such an amazing, excited, generous audience. So thank you so much and have a great afternoon.